course, many liters have been consumed. But a fantastic start and a great way to kick off our Escape to Nature today. And of course, this is a live and interactive experience. And if this is the first time that you've joined us, then please do be aware you can register to ask questions or let me know what you'd like to see or even chat about. And that is on our app or website. So please do head across there if it is the first time you've tuned in. Otherwise, do send through your questions, your comments, anything that you do wish to see or you wish to know about. It's fantastic when we do get to interact with you, and always enjoyable. But a really fantastic start, and great to see these zebra wading so deep into the waterhole right now. As I said, droves of them, and they can be rather confusing. So I'm sure we will have this pretty much playing out throughout the course of the day. Lovely to see the black-faced impala. There were one or two wildebeest around earlier, and some springbuck. But great just to sit back and listen to all that braying going on right now. Lovely zebra vocals. It's always quite cool watching as the zebra approach, that exuberance for water, and then as they leave, rather more subdued. So it's quite cool to watch. So it does look like it's a rather calm, quiet day here, and in saying that, it's time for us to check out what the weather is doing across the different locations today. So while it is rather clear here today, it is a little bit rainy and inclement across the other locations. So hopefully we will be across there. We do hope that the rain holds off for us at some point, although the rain is much welcomed. Nonetheless, a fantastic start here. So really cool, a lovely way to kick it off. We've also got our Egyptian geese that are there. The 6 goslings seem to be present. And a nice little visual of this impala ram right now. So some Cape turtle doves also joining the morning chorus for the moment. A couple of weavers it seems. Great to see that impala running off like that too. So quite a conversation going on with all the different zebra harems around. I think everyone trying to pick out and listen to what else is going on between them. Morning, Andrew. And yes, happy Wednesday to you too. And no doubt it is going to be an enjoyable escape to nature. Lots going on at the moment. Kind of like zebra idols right now. Who will be the winner remains to be seen. That's definitely one or two that need some practice. So it's kind of like the Egyptian geese are avoiding all the action, sticking to the middle of the waterhole at the moment. And with the zebra opera at the moment, you probably are going to be listening to that over most of the bird calls that would be around too. So Nadine in MC wondering whether this is the Zebra Phantom of the opera or what they are playing out. If you've got any suggestions, let us know. Perhaps Zebra Hamlet or one of them, you never know either. But lots going on with the Zebra, and no doubt with lots of dominant stallions around too. The odd pilfering of mares to their harems as well. So we'll watch that. Of course, they can be rather feisty with each other too, so perhaps some biting and kicking going on at some point as well. But I expect that to only start to happen once the day warms up. We'll just have to keep tabs on all of that. Good morning, Sharon. And I suppose what I'm most excited about today is to see how many zebra actually do come through and how that plays out. But it would be great to see some elephants again. They have obviously dispersed with all the greenery and vegetation that has popped out. So any other characters that come through, that would also be nice to see. But it'll be interesting to see how the dynamics of the zebra play out throughout the course of the day. A little bit of strutting and pronking. One Impala ram there too. So nice to see them all active as well. So sitting back and enjoying a lovely morning chorus. Of course, rather calm. It does look to be pretty cool as well. So let's wait to see if some cloud cover does start to develop. It would be great to get some precipitation again here in the area. Of course, top up the waterhole, but also lead to some further vegetation growth. So zebra numbers starting to taper off with a lot around just on the other side of the waterhole. Blacksmith Lapwing starting to get vocal, and I did get the first little soundbite of European bee-eaters a moment ago. So lots going on. Of course, it looks like a number of these zebra are still going to come through, so we're going to sit here, wait, watch, listen, and take in any of the other sounds that are around the waterhole this morning. There are actually some of the first Namakwa sandgrass that I've heard in a while as well. So that lovely bubbly sound of theirs, very cool to hear again. Hi Larry, thanks very much for your question. Very interesting. I'm not too sure exactly because a number of very big populations of zebra. There's a very large one, of course, here in Okukuya with around 15,000 of them. There are also very big populations across in Botswana. 2 migrations that do occur there as well. And of course, up into East Africa. There are rather large populations too that track the migration as well. But it's important to note that there are different subspecies of these plain zebra. Plain zebra being the most numerous of the different zebra species. So those being the Hartmann's and Cape Mountain zebra. The plain zebra that we've just alluded to in the Gravies. And within the plain zebra, we're currently looking at the Damara subspecies of them. Birchall's found in the Eastern Cape, where we come to from Kariga and Amakala. These Damara also being found across into the Sabi Sands. And effectively, I think the most numerous of them are actually the Grants, which are the smallest. And we found them in Zambia into Tanzania as well. So there's mostly seasonal movement of the zebra here right now in the winter or in the summer dry month or the summer wet months, which we're in right now. We're in kind of the peak of the rainy season. The rainy season occurring here January through to the end of March, so that's 3 months. And then they tend to migrate in a seasonal movement across to the east of the park. Okukuya is a very expansive park. It's bigger than Kruger. And with that, of course, that does mean that the large majority of them do migrate east. A population of them do stay here in the west. But predominantly that seasonal movement occurs now, and then they kind of hang back here. Western side being far more mountainous, and also where you could find and see the Hartmann's mountain zebra, which I mentioned earlier. So some guinea fowl calling as well. And it looks like the zebra for the moment kind of taking it easy. And I think it's probably time for us to go and see what's going on in Djuma and the action that might be occurring there. So as you can see, we've come across a very different scene here in Djuma. And we do have an eagle that was currently taking advantage of some sunlight that has come through a very sodden and drenched Djuma in the low veld of South Africa. It does look to me that is a Wahlberg's eagle. Just want to zoom out a bit just to get a gauge on size. I think that is a Wahlberg's eagle, just with that crest and the dark morph. The light playing a bit getting it quite tough to actually pick out all the coloration on it. But to me, that's a Wahlberg's eagle, primarily just because it's got a little bit of a crest. Although there's a chance it could even be a lesser spotted eagle as well. So I can get a good ID. Oh, let me try and have a look. But with that crest showing, it's kind of, to me, seemed to be a Wahlberg's eagle. Also need to look at the tail also being one of the identifying factors there. I do just want to pull out something just to have a look, because the legs on a lesser spotted eagle also are an identifying factor and something that I do need to take into account. Tough to see the eyes from here, it is a little far away. So do excuse me for a moment while I do have a look. But also, if you have an idea and you want to get involved, send us what your suggestion may be. Yeah, currently I am pretty dead set on that is a Wahlberg's eagle. So very cool to see. Of course, taking the opportunity, a little bit of sunshine coming through, dry itself off after, no doubt, being pretty much drowned in the rain. Just going to sit here and enjoy this eagle for the moment. Hi Tyler, unfortunately it's not a Martial eagle. Very different coloration on it. Martial eagle having brown on it, of course, but then a white chest and legs, and far bigger than this eagle. That's very cool. Lovely to see eagles. And of course, probably a good day to be out birding. The sun is starting to come out. Probably have been pretty much stuck to one area with the rain that has occurred. Great just to see. As I said, to me, a Wahlberg's eagle. If you've got any other suggestions, let me know. But at least from this angle and distance, I think this is where I'm going to put my money for now. Hi Olivia, thanks for your comment. And the difference between those two would be a rounded head on the brown snake eagle, as well as there not being any feathers on its legs. Snake eagles typically don't have feathers on their legs down to their talon, whereas true eagles, such as the one we're looking at, do have feathers that extend kind of right down to those talons. Of course, different things that do then come to play or the fore with regards to IDing eagles, specifically the brown ones. There's also the tawny eagle that's around here, and as I said, the lesser spotted as well, and even the steppe buzzard, old steppe eagle from the Russian steppes. Far migratory route that one would have to take, but this most definitely a Wahlberg's eagle. Morning, Picasso. Yep, you are correct there. Very good idea on your part. There we go. Able to have a look at the tail now. Perhaps under the wings, a little bit light under the wings, which is also an identifying factor. And if it was flying, it's kind of splaying out its tail at the moment, but a very straight and rectangular tail as well when we do see them in the air or airborne, and circling or using those thermals. Hi, Olivia. And it's thought that it is because of obviously the prey that they take, and that kind of unfeathered leg does help then with regards to, perhaps potential strikes from snakes, also obstructions that those feathers might take in with that. So kind of like a long leathered stocking, if you want to call it that those snake eagles then have added protection with regards to the prey that they may be taking. Of course, they don't only take snakes. That is predominantly what they will take, though. But a number of other prey items as well. Just enjoying a pleasant sighting of this Egyptian goose now. We did just have our Wahlberg's eagle that flew off. It looks like a little bit of preening going on with the goose. So very cool to see. Lovely just to note different life forms that are all around us. And of course, kind of coming out after all that rain has fallen. Morning, Henry. Yes, it really is lovely just to listen to those woodland kingfishers as well. All the other bird vocals that are there, I'll call them out too. It's really quite cool. I did hear some crested barbet, or a crested barbet as well. No doubt we'll also hear some of the Birchall starlings. Really a very pleasant morning. So, very awesome start to the day. We've had some lovely sightings already, both in Okakuyo and here in Djuma. But it's time for us to say good morning to Ben and Igor in Madikwe and see what's going on there.
Good morning, Alex, and good morning, everybody else, and welcome to a beautiful day here at Madikwe Game Reserve in the northwestern province of South Africa, close to the border with Botswana and Gaborone, if your geography is good. As you can see, we've got some sunshine and we've got some rather beautiful clouds, making this scene particularly beautiful. I'm using the word beautiful a lot, struggling for diction this morning, but we do at least have some zebras for you. We are quite close to Skoko Pan, which our regular viewers may remember. We do come here quite often, which actually does have some water in it now as well, after all the rain we've had. I thought you were panning for something else, but you've now put me on camera. So, hi everybody. My name is Ben and Igor is on camera. And yes, we are very excited to have you with us for Escape to Nature, and we are hoping to find you lots of interesting things today. It is quite warm. You can probably see the sun over my shoulder there. So we are hoping that these waterholes will bring out the elephants and things, and they might be coming down for a drink and a bit of a wallow in the mud. But for now, we will focus on this dazzling group of zebra here, and what is a stunning backdrop with the Dwarsberg mountain range in the far background and what are called the Swini sort of koppies in the foreground there. But lovely to see how green Madikwe is looking. It does get a little bit dry up here because of course we are quite close to the Kalahari area, but we have also had plenty of rain here, but nothing like the eastern side of the country. Sorry Nadine, I had Joan sent a comment, but you broke up at a very inopportune moment. Perhaps you could repeat. Sorry, Joan, I will comment on your comment just now. Sorry, Nadine, I'm still not getting you. Joan, I think you were saying hi, so I will assume that you are saying hi, and we will say hi back. But sorry I didn't catch the specifics of your comment. But I hope you are going to be able to join us for lots of this Escape to Nature and enjoy some of the delights of Madikwe, because we do have some beautiful animals here. We've got so many zebras and wildebeest and impalas and more warthogs that you can shake a stick at. That's a strange phrase, more than you can shake a stick at. I don't really know what that means. But we have lots and lots of warthogs here, and I'm sure we'll pick up some ellies on a nice warm day like this as well. And of course we'll be keeping our eyes open underneath the bushes for any sleeping cats. But I think by now they will have all gone to bed, but you never know. Sometimes you do get them wandering around in the heat of the day, and if it does cloud over, which it is threatening to do so, that may make life a little easier for us. But our zebras are a little bit like us. They seem to have any great plan this morning. And again, I suppose a little bit like you and I, Igor, they're just standing around looking pretty. I don't know if you noticed the little one on the left there, it was having a drink just now. Interestingly, I learnt the other day that zebra milk is not particularly fatty, but it is very rich in sugar, which I guess is important for a growing zebra. But I was surprised to hear it doesn't have a very big fat content, because zebras do have a very thick sort of fatty layer below their skin, which is weird where it comes from if they don't get it from their milk. So I'm going to have to go and do a little bit more research on that. Things like seals, of course, are very fatty, so they can develop the blubber that they require to survive in cold temperatures. And it's thought perhaps that this sort of fatty layer underneath the zebra's skin is it actually helps to make them, or to help them stay cool, because fat is a very good insulator. So if you can cool your core temperature and then you have a nice layer of fatty skin above it, it will also remain relatively cool and just take away some of that heat from the sun. And of course zebras are quite happy to stand in direct sunlight like this. They have no issues with it, and it's thought that those stripes in various ways help with thermoregulation, to be able to lose heat through the black stripes, and then of course with the black absorbing some of the heat, which is a bit of a contradiction in terms, I know, but infrared cameras have shown us that they do lose heat through those black stripes. But they will also absorb, the skin on the surface will absorb some of the black, and the white will reflect it, creating a convection current, which creates little eddies of airflow to cool the blood close to the surface. Abigail, to be honest, I don't know the answer to that. I wasn't actually aware that sugar was a main constituent of mammals' milks. I thought it was predominantly fats and lipids and other minerals and nutrients that the youngsters need. Now, of course, I only read that from one source, that zebra milk is quite high in sugars. But that was new to me, and I've never actually read anything else about sugar being a main constituent part of milk. So I will have to do some work and see if I can figure out an answer for you. Sorry, Abigail, but I don't know the answer to that.
Well, anecdotally, I can tell you that horse milk is very sweet.
Apparently, Eagle can tell me that horse milk is very sweet, so one assumes that's very similar to zebra milk, being equines, which leads me to the next question. How do you know that, Eagle? Do you partake in horse milk on a regular basis?
Not on a regular basis.
But you have tried it?
I've tried it, yeah.
Is it quite watery in comparison to cow's milk?
I would say a little bit more watery, but the most prominent thing was that it was very, very sweet.
There you go. I don't know if you heard that, but possibly a little more watery than cow's milk, but very, very sweet. So that would back up what I read. So that is a whole new area of research that I'm going to have to go and do. But as we say, every day is a school day. And I always say, the second you think you know everything about the bush, you should, to be honest, retire and go and do something else, because you become arrogant, because there's so much that we don't understand. And we learn new things every day.
Ben, I'm pretty sure that zebra over there is lactating, so go find out.
Well, Igor, yeah, I've got an empty bottle here. If you want to run over there and milk a zebra. I don't know if we're allowed to do that on live TV, but... We won't milk the zebra, don't worry, Nadine, or we'll do it when you cut away from us. I wonder if these zebras are going to contemplate going for a drink, because we say we're right next to the pan, but this is the first time they've actually moved since we've been here. They've been quite happy just standing around up till now. It actually looks as if they might be bypassing the water. There's the water in the background. Does look a bit pregnant, this one. You can see that belly sort of looks a little bit distended and swollen, hanging quite low. Easiest to see if they are pregnant by looking at them from sort of head on or from the back. You'll see they will look a lot wider than a standard zebra, but remember, zebras always look a little bit chunky, dare I say, just because of their digestive system and the gas that is a byproduct of their digestive process. They have what's called an enlarged cecum. A lot of bacterial fermentation happens in there and does produce a lot of gas, which is why they do pass wind quite a lot, zebras. It's a standard sound of the bush, particularly if zebras start running or get excited or, to be honest, do any form of exercise. A little bit of IBS. But no interest in a drink. Heidi, they are beautiful colours. That monochrome. Oh, I really can't speak this morning. Is it? What day is it? It's like a Tuesday or a Wednesday. No, it doesn't make any sense. But their monochrome coat, yes, is very striking, certainly. And add that with the sort of the reddish tinge that they get from the soil here, from rolling around in the soil, which they like to do to just sort of scratch the skin and get rid of any parasites and things. They get this lovely sort of rusty hue to them as well. Maybe this one is going to venture for a drink, although I'm pretty sure there's no water at that side of the dam. I think it's only a bit of mud there.
That's going to be the stallion.
Maybe they were just doing a loop of the dam to ensure that it was safe before they went down for a drink, making its way to the water now. Now that might be correct, yes. They thought, nope, we're not going to be a part of that. I can fully understand their thought process if that was the case. Makes you wonder how much animals actually understand now. I'm sure they understand a lot more than we realise. Certainly, I used to have 2 collies at home, 2 collie dogs, and they were so intelligent, one of the most intelligent breeds of dogs. And I swear they knew exactly what we were talking about. They would respond to words, even when we were just having a conversation. So it makes you wonder. Hey, which one are you referring to, Nadine? The one that we can see or the one that's just covered up? Nadine was just commenting on an interesting pattern on the back legs. Now we can't see either of them, unfortunately. On the one that's drinking. I'll have to wait for this one to move. She's doing a perfect job of obscuring our view. Does that look at my pattern? It's much more interesting. Oh, there, yes. Okay, so you can almost see. It almost looks like a river delta or something tattooed on it, on her back leg there. But everyone is unique. Imagine how many zebras there are in the world, billions of them, and every single one as unique as the next. I feel like this one also heard you, Nadine, and said, rather look at me, look at me. Harold, I agree with you completely there. There is something mesmeric about them, and it blows my mind that, I mean, we know nature comes in all shapes and sizes, and we have all these evolutionary responses to everything, and yes, we know there are probably reasons, but zebras are just so random. To think that nature could come up with that pattern is pretty incredible, and it is incredibly beautiful to look at as well. It's, as I said, it's mesmeric, it attracts the eye, and it fulfills a role. But there's nothing else like a zebra. I mean, yes, we have kudus and we have inyalas that have little white stripes down, but nothing else has this sort of gridiron lattice work that a zebra does. It's a bit of a queue at the waterhole. It's like they're all waiting, almost drinking one by one. Maybe this baby's just biding its time. Oh, we're going to get distracted chasing oxpeckers. It's that age where everything is fascinating. Seeing all these things, not necessarily for the first time, but trying to understand it and process it must be very interesting. Ooh. Tough morning, girl, hey? Starting work being a mum. Yeah, it seems to be a bit of a queue for the water. These three look as if they're queuing up. There's one or two having a drink. But I wonder if they're just playing sentry duty. Of course, it is potentially a compromising situation whilst drinking. Your head is down, not paying attention to what is around you. Yeah, maybe you're right, Nadine. Age before beauty. All the adults seem to be drinking now, and the little baby's sitting right at the back, behind the one that you can see there. It looks a bit forlorn, thinking, I want to go. There's our little one just to the right of screen, still waiting his turn to come down for a drink. I wonder why he's not going down just yet. There'll be too many other interesting things to look at and to investigate. Or maybe having just had some milk, it doesn't feel the need to have some water as well. Obviously got some fluid. Amber, yeah, they are fluffy. A lot of the young animals out here are fluffy, and they will lose those, obviously. Sorry, just listening to the radio quickly. Sorry, Amber, yes, I was just checking the updates on the radio in case there's anything else to show you this morning. They are a little bit fluffy, but they'll lose that coat within sort of the first year. I guess it's there for extra protection, a little bit of extra warmth on the cold evenings, particularly in the winter here, especially up here in Madikwe. It can get into minus numbers here during sort of June, July, August. That's, of course, in centigrade. Possibly a little bit of courtship going on there at the front. The stallion there resting his chin on the female. She's telling him to get off. A lot of parallels between the animal kingdom and the human world. That looks like it might be it. The majority of them have disappeared off up the road now. The stallion is coming right at the back, as is normally the case, keeping an eye on his ladies, making sure they're safe and there's no attack coming from behind. That's the last female, and then you'll see the male pop into view very, very shortly. Here he comes. We're no threat, buddy. We're not interested in your ladies. I promise we won't milk any of your females. Alright, well that was a lovely way to start the morning, and hopefully there will be many more great sightings. It sounds like we're not the only ones that have zebra today though. Let's send you over to the Okakuyo waterhole with Alex.
Thanks, Ben. And yes, the zebra action has continued here in Okakuyo again. Lots going on, lots of them about, and quite an interesting dynamic watching the Egyptian geese navigate the zebra as they wade into the Okakuyo waterhole at the moment. Of course, rather fascinating watching them come in and then head off to what can only be some good grazing. So very cool watching how this all plays out. Still a number of black-faced impala around too. That Cape turtle dove that's also calling. And we did note the blacksmith lapwings that were around earlier as well. So just going to take a moment, really just enjoy it as this kind of all unfolds. Notice the kind of excitement as they approach the waterhole, and then it really does kind of taper off when they start to head off again. Knowing that they probably will be rather bored just grazing, although they are bulk grazers because they do have that very rudimentary digestive system, as Ben was talking about as well, fine gut fermenters. So no doubt the water party being a highlight for them during the day. Hi, Randy. And that's a very interesting question, and unfortunately not, because there are zebras that are, of course, separated through geographical distances and areas. So the Gravy zebra, the biggest and most endangered, found up in northern Kenya into Somalia. Of course, very affected at the moment by a massive drought that has been occurring up there. I've mentioned before, there's the Gravy Zebra Trust, which has done fantastic work in trying to assist that zebra. And then also with regards to the Cape and the Hartmann's Mountain zebra, both of those are also separated geographically. And then kind of the plain zebra found throughout then the plains of Africa, but different species or races really of the plain zebra that do occur. And the smallest and most populous, I did check this out, is the Grants. And it also has a smaller mane than the others. But yeah, the smallest of the plain zebra subspecies. The smallest being the Cape Mountain zebra, the Hartmann's being a little bit bigger. And you, as I said, find the Hartmann zebra up here in Okakuyo, or in the area, in Etosha, not Okakuyo, because this is where we are right now, but Etosha itself, in the western boundary, in the mountains, in this area is there. But the Hartmann zebra found really kind of endemic to Namibia, and the Cape Mountain zebra endemic to South Africa. As well as I said, Gravy zebra, the rarest of the lot, and the biggest, and to me actually, I think the prettiest, although all zebra are really pretty, but found kind of endemic to that area of northern Kenya into Somalia. Yeah, very interesting pinstriped zebra, and as I said, the biggest, so rather impressive animal. But of course, zebra are part of the Equus family, and there are a number of other equids that are really endangered, that being the African wild ass and even the Asian or Indian wild ass as well. Very endangered animals. Well, the African wild ass found on the Horn of Africa, up in East Africa, dry areas such as Djibouti, Somalia, I think Eritrea, and perhaps even into areas of Ethiopia. I do need to check the distribution, but I know that it is found up there in that area. And of course, that Indian or Asiatic wild ass found in the drier areas, kind of on the western side of India.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
So it's quite cool watching as the numbers ebb and flow, but it's also been quite nice to notice the number of foals that are about. Zebra aren't seasonal breeders. They breed throughout the year. They do have a gestation period of around a year as well. So it probably is a seasonal increase of when foals do drop, and that would correlate then to the rains and obviously vegetation that then comes about because of the rains. Of course, then in a better condition to raise a foal and obviously produce milk. And nice to see the number of foals that are around with us at the moment. Very, very cool to watch. Lots going on. Seems like we're in round 2 of Zebra Idols. Hi Charlotte, yes they are. And a lot of the studies are actually area dependent. So for example, there's been studies done here with regards to the links of zebra and anthrax that is found in the area. Ooh, that one foal kind of getting told to shoo away there. A little kick coming out towards it. But yeah, there are a number of zebra studies that do go on, and of course different studies on the different species of them. So I did mention the gravy zebra earlier. There have been quite extensive studies done on them. There's been studies done here with regards to them kind of being carriers or dispersers of anthrax in the area, and anthrax kind of more prevalent on the western side. And it's thought that because zebras like to dust bath, and anthrax obviously lays within the soil, or the particles or spores, that then obviously once they've dust bathed or bathed, they would then move it from area to area. So that's one of the studies. Of course, different studies done on the Hartmann's mountain zebra, and of course the Cape mountain zebra as well. And that would be with regard to things such as population size, size of a harem, maybe age of a stallion, sexual maturities, different things that I suppose different researchers or scientists were then looking into at the time. And of course also, things such as their resilience and, kind of the conditions that we do find the zebra in, and, where there may be an indicator species for certain things as well. We did say, and I did touch on anthrax, so perhaps being an indicator with regards to the carrying of spores, but also them being rather water dependent, and of course needing grazing. They would also then be an indicator for things such as drought or arid regions. So those migrations that move on, and in the different areas that and why that occurs. But lovely to see all our zebra. Nice to see a few wildebeest come through. But Ben has some action, and we're off to go and join them in Madikwe.
Yes, thank you, Alex. Well, we have an elephant as hoped. There are a few animals coming down to drink. We've had some impalas. We had a giraffe sort of drift past in the background that chose not to drink. But we have a young elephant bull who is deciding that Skokopan is a good place to just have a quick stop off. Sure, he'll pop out from behind that bush any moment again. Hasn't had much of a drink. A little mouthful on the way past. Evidently he has a plan for today that we are not privy to. Morning, boy. Oh, he's going to have a scratch against that acacia. That's a good idea. He's obviously had a mud bathe somewhere else. You can see he's coated in mud. He's rather two-toned now. Mason, I'm not quite sure what you mean by cavities. So I don't know. Sorry, I'm not quite sure what you are asking there. Nadine, maybe you could enlighten. Oh, in their teeth. Well, if elephants had dentists, they would certainly live a lot longer. I've never heard of it, but of course they don't have a particularly sugary diet. Half the reason that we have problems with our teeth is because we have a terrible diet in this day and age. We eat chocolate, we eat fizzy drinks and things that are just laced with bad sugars for us. I've never heard of it, but certainly, say, teeth are a problem for elephants in terms of their life expectancy. Once they become too worn down, then they can't chew their food properly, and ultimately that will be their demise. But I've never heard of ones with cavities, but I'm sure that genetically you do get some people who don't have such good teeth as others. So I'm sure it affects them, and I have no doubt they suffer from toothache. But I don't know, unfortunately. I would not want to meet an elephant with toothache, though. It's one of the most unpleasant things to have. Speaking from experience, I don't have the best teeth. In fact, I have 4 fake teeth at the front, but that was due to a car accident. Nothing to do with cavities, but I've lost a couple of teeth over the years. And my sympathies if they do. Interestingly, just sort of off topic, I think it was Abigail who asked the question earlier about which animal has the most sugary milk in the animal kingdom. Well, I have done a quick check for you, Abigail, if you're still watching. And apparently the answer is a Tamar wallaby, found obviously in Australia. Very little lactose, but lots of complex sugars, apparently. They think that it has something to do with helping with the antimicrobial development in the gut of the youngster. I suppose it would make sense that a marsupial would have good sugars because it has to develop pretty much from scratch. They're tiny when they are born. So I would think the sugar gives them a good kickstart in life as well to help them grow big and strong. Got a giraffe loitering in the wings. Oh, and some more zebra coming in. No, Elephant gave just a brief cameo. Came down, literally had a couple of half-hearted sips and carried on, but it did look as if he'd had a mud wallow somewhere else. Oh. A little bit of excitement in the zebra community. It's and the giraffes as well. Again, probably that excitement of coming down for a drink. Most animals do get a little bit excited. A few kicks and bites going on there. But remember, there is sort of a pecking order in zebra society amongst the females. It's normally the oldest one will be at the front. Some people say it's sort of done also in the order that the females are recruited to a stallion's harem. But generally it's age, and the older ones generally walk at the front. And if they do try and sort of overtake each other and mess with that order, there are a few bites and scratches that are dished out. They seem to be discussing it now. Oh, look at these two young male giraffes having a bit of a neck just behind the trees for us. Diana, not so much a display. It's sort of the classic mammalian. What's the word? I really can't speak today. I don't know what's going on. The classic mammalian thing of the males will test the female's urine. We'll see that phlegm and grimace, where he tests the hormone levels, looking at if he senses lots of estrogen, then it's time to mate. But other than sort of resting the chin on the back of the female in a sort of a lovey-dovey fashion, there isn't sort of a display as such. We don't see them prancing around or doing a special dance or anything like that, which is a shame because that would be pretty cool. More zebras coming down to drink. I think it's a shame actually. It is beginning to cloud over. If it stayed warm, there would be a constant flow of animals down here. But we see we've got more zebras moving in from the left. But speaking of mating displays and things, don't forget that we are doing our Wild About Love week on our sunset safaris up until the 18th. So we'll be showing you clips and discussing mating behaviours and courtship rituals all across the animal kingdom. Obviously in honour of yesterday's Valentine's Day. Hopefully you'll be able to join us for the PM safaris. And you might learn something amazing because there are some fascinating rituals, particularly amongst some of the lesser known things like in insects, for example, and in birds. Here come some more zebbies. Another youngster. Lots of little ones around this time of year, of course. This is a very young one, this one. Andre, if we zoom in, can we see any evidence of an umbilical cord still there? I wouldn't be surprised if we could, looking at its size. No, it's different ones, Nadine. I can assure you, the other ones went north and these ones have come from the south. We do have more than one herd of zebras here. Trying to see if I see an umbilical cord, but I don't actually see any remnants of one, but that's still very young. Not more than a few weeks old, I wouldn't have thought. Interesting to see if we get any interactions here between obviously two separate groups of zebras. We got some zebras paddling in the water. Don't see that very often. Don't often see zebras venture out into the water to have a drink. They're normally from just the water's edge. Evidently they're very confident there's no crocodiles or anything else to be concerned about here. But lots and lots of zebras coming in. They're streaming in from all directions now. There must be sort of 20 or maybe about 20 or so now in the surrounding area. Evidently 9:45 there or thereabouts is zebra drinking time in Madikwe. May also be, of course, that the water, having had a few zebras coming down to drink, the water in the middle is probably a little bit cleaner, less mud. Oh, look at this little one. Don't get stuck in the mud, little one. I worry for this little one. He doesn't want to get stuck in the mud. Logan, well, you're never quite sure, and neither are we. It's good advice never to go swimming in anything here unless you're absolutely sure. If it's fast-running water, you probably won't find a crocodile, but I imagine it's probably experience to some extent, but they're unable to smell crocodiles. I'm sure you've seen those incredible videos where crocodiles just sneak up to animals whilst they're drinking, and they're only about a metre away when they launch that attack, and the animal is blissfully, well, not blissfully unaware, but unfortunately unaware of the fate that is about to befall them. So normally they'll just watch. But perhaps the fact that they've seen other zebras having a drink here and they regularly come to this dam, maybe that's given them a bit of a sense of security. But also in this area we have very, very few crocodiles because there isn't very much water. Remember, we're close to the Kalahari, so it is drier here than, say, in the eastern side of the country, in the Lowveld and those areas. So there are, I think, that I only know of about 2 or 3 dams where there are crocodiles seen here. The other day somebody did call in a young crocodile in a dam, which caused a great stir on the radio because it was very unusual. They'd never seen a crocodile in that dam before. So I think possibly here they've also not developed that sort of intrinsic concern that there might be crocodiles in the water. And this is a seasonal pan rather than a permanent waterhole. It was almost dry. In fact, it was completely dry. It was just a bit of mud when we first arrived 2 weeks ago. But after the rain we've had, it was almost overflowing, and now it's beginning to dry up again.
Unfortunately, we did just lose Ben there. We'll be back with them in Madikwe shortly. However, back here to Dazzle of Zebra. Very cool. Still watching the awesome dynamics unfold. Blacksmith Lapwings pretty unimpressed with all the action, it seems. And the sun slowly starting to make its way out. It seems that the majority of zebra have kind of moved off, but we've got more coming to join us. And no doubt, this will probably be the theme for the day here in Okakuya. Do you expect them to be throughout? Hi, Picasso. So in the winter, I can expect a larger number of zebras to focus and kind of be in the areas of the different waterholes. There are a number of waterholes obviously dotted throughout Etosha, this being one of the main ones though here in Okakuya. So zebras and the other animals kind of being far more reliant on those waterholes in the dry season, that being winter. So we expect them kind of to hang around and be actually using the waterholes far more frequently and then having to travel to graze. So while they're getting through for a long drink, different periods of the day. So, as I was saying earlier, they can drink up to 23 liters a day, on average around 18 though, and they can drink as frequently as twice a day. So more so than wildebeest, which are a bit more arid adapted and generally only need to drink around once a day and drink far less. But if you consider a human being on average, and that being an adult human being, needing around 3 liters of water a day, 23 liters per zebra is a lot of water that is consumed. So they will focus their energies on, waterholes and being reliant on them, and then obviously traveling a distance to get towards grazing as well. But far more reliant, as I said. But definitely spending a lot more time here in the western sector of the park then. We've got one springbok that's also come to join us, and another little conveyor belt of zebra that have started to come through, and there's a wildebeest off in the distance too. Couple of springbok that are about at the moment. Not necessarily at the waterhole, there's one or two just off the zebra. Of course, the one springbok that's waded right in. Hi Lauren, and the animal that consumes the most water in a day, and that being a terrestrial mammal, the biggest in the world, or heaviest at least, is an elephant. To 100 liters in a day, sometimes a bit more depending on how far they would have walked or been in, or that distance that they might have had to travel. So elephant is definitely consuming the most, and that being a big bull. It is noted that sometimes, on average, a big bull around 100 liters a day, but of course, if it's had to move a considerable distance, up to possibly 140 odd liters in a day. They do in this area, and at least a little bit further west of us, where we find the desert elephants. They've also adapted to use their pineal glands to store water as well for those long distances that they do have to travel. They're very interesting. The dynamics of elephants really are fascinating. And there was a very famous bull, an elephant bull. He was a pathfinder for desert elephants. His name was Voortrekker, and shot under rather nefarious instruction, deemed to have then been called a problem animal, which he was not, and a professional hunter was then allowed to shoot him. And where the money went remains to kind of be seen. I think it filtered enough, or as far as it should have. That bull, called Voortrekker, was a pathfinder, and he was able to show various different herds and even other elephants, so being younger bulls, but also breeding herds, access to water and areas for feed and browsing. So without him, desert elephants definitely would have suffered a lot more. So it's generally thought that the matriarchs are the elephants that kind of lead their herds through and to the promised land, if we want to call it that. But it's also not unheard of for bulls to also take on that role and then help and assist and guide herds, breeding herds, to areas where there is food and water. That was, of course, observed with that elephant, Voortrekker, bulls being known to travel further distances, and hence them being able to fulfill that role and kind of carry that flame forward for breeding herds that might be in need of that kind of assistance. So an interesting another dynamic that kind of can get thrown into the pot with regards to elephant dynamics and how that social society works in amongst them. So not only do matriarchs and the older cows teach and kind of help ingrain that behavior and that knowledge of where good water and food sources are, but it's also known that the bulls will also help and assist in that regard as well. So just an interesting thing that came out.
Thank you for joining us and have a fit.
Did you miss all? Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
So quite interesting. Lovely having all the zebra here. And of course, it's fascinating to note that we've kind of inundated with them. And obviously, as I said, thought that they mostly migrate east. There is obviously a population that does hang around to the west, but it seems that just about every zebra in Etosha is through and visiting us right now. So lovely scenes. It's not every day you get to see large numbers of zebra like this, and rather fantastic. Blacksmith Lapwing's clearly got much to say at the moment. Sure, very disturbed by all the zebra that are here. They can't kind of sit back and relax and enjoy the water's edge as they would like to. At the moment, the frame really just filled with zebra. It's too many to count. You'd probably have an epileptic fit if you did. Samantha, yes, we do get hardy-dars or flying vuvuzelas here in Namibia. And not too often that we do see them around here, but most definitely found throughout most of Africa, the flying vuvuzela. It's quite fascinating to see them actually wading this far in or this deep into the waterhole right now. Initially, when they first started coming through, they were just hanging around the peripheries and really taking it upon themselves to walk right in. Probably quite cooling as well. I'm sure the water temperature is a little bit less than what is outside, but I'm sure very humid on the ground right now as well. Hi Kyle, thanks very much for your question. And they don't mud wallow, but they do sand bath. So they do roll around in sand. That'll also help with regards to ectoparasites and the rest. So ticks or little mites in that might be on their coats. They'll definitely use that to kind of mitigate any form of ectoparasite. But they don't mud wallow. Occasionally you do see them with mud on themselves, so if they are in an area where a waterhole might be rather muddy and they might have to walk into that to get to the water, and they'll have muddy stockings, but they're not wallowers, no. Some Cape crows calling, if you can hear them throughout the zebra audio. A cacophonous zebra braying sound. Hi, Hannah. And that is actually a very interesting question and something I just want to puzzle on for a moment. And I suppose to some degree, you could even say that human beings have the most complex of social structures. Does I think also form part of your opinion or your own personal opinion as well. Primates definitely have very complex social structures. Does differ though in between some of them. Our closest relatives though, the bonobos, being 99% DNA, or carrying 99% of our DNA, have a very interesting one, female-led society, as opposed to chimps, which are far more warfaring, of course very closely related to us as well, also around the 99th percentile. So definitely lots going on with regards to the great apes. So those three orangutans, gorillas and gibbons, gibbons being the only monogamous or true monogamous ones of that. And very interesting information around primates and primatology as well. I find it rather fascinating. Of course, baboons, another of the old world apes, having about 97% of our DNA. Have an interesting social structure as well. Elephants also. And I think there's lots of information that's probably yet to surface and very much worthwhile looking into, obviously, as research and that is conducted. Of course, probably true ecological studies only really being of major benefit to us in the last 50 years after having studied these things. And I suppose through access and the rest, of course, areas such as the Galapagos, very, very interesting. Home of only northern or species of penguin above the equator. And obviously lots of interesting things that occurred there. Darwin, obviously figuring that out. But I think then from there, that kind of kick-started one of these interesting things. So I do think there are a number of interesting other animals that have very complex and rather... I think I'm just trying to think of the best way to explain it, but very interesting social dynamics and social kind of cues that they may pick up on, and it also differs obviously due to area of them. So things such as orcas, killer whales, other porpoises as well, having very interesting kind of social dynamics as well. Zebras too. So it really, I think, comes down to personal opinion, but I would think the apes probably have the most intrinsic social structures. So human beings being very much a part of that, and then primatology taking the rest on from that. So the different kind of great apes, obviously other monkeys and apes as well, and looking in and in depth into their societies, probably going to find some form of answer from that. But I think mostly speculation. So for now, I would like to just say humans have the most complex social dynamics, at least that I'm aware of. So we've had a fantastic start to our escape to nature today. Lots of zebra across here in Okukuyo and down in Madikwe. Very interesting scenes. Currently joined by some springbok. We've had some black-faced impala here in Okukuyo too. Some lovely birding that we did with Warburg's eagle and the Egyptian goose in Djuma. And Ben also had a very interesting sighting of a elephant bull. But some other interesting conversations going on as well. And of course, if you have tuned in, do send us through any comments or questions that you may have. If you are yet to register, do register either on the web or on our app, and you can send through any of your questions or comments, points of interest, things you may notice, or anything you want to chat about with regards to the natural world. Of course, we love to interact with you guys, so do get any of those things through. But otherwise, a fantastic escape to nature. You are, of course, with myself, Alex, at the moment, and we are here in Okukuyo, watching the zebra descend upon us and enjoying some springbok as they graze in front of the camera right now. Good morning, Aris, and thank you for tuning in, and thank you for your question as well. And what do I love most about wildlife? Sure. Quite a broad answer, I think, is probably the best one to give you. I do enjoy the different habitats and areas that we do find wildlife. Of course, wilderness areas I'm fascinated by, the protection thereof. But, I love seeing animals of all kinds in different areas. And I love being exposed to new and different areas that I've never been to as well. And of course, learning about animals that I've not seen or know very little about. Of course, picking up further information or knowledge on animals that I do know of. But I think just the general exposure really to the natural world is probably what I enjoy the most. So, more zebra, more springbok, and of course, lots of awesome audio that we do have. And a nice way to kick back and enjoy an escape to nature right now. And the action not stopping here. Lovely springbok lamb though, that has also joined the fray. But the zebra really non-stop. So very cool to see. Springbok though, also like the zebra, not seasonal breeders. They can breed throughout the year. There is an uptick of lambing, being births of lambs in the more abundant rainy season, which we are currently in, but not uncommon for them to drop lambs throughout the year either. And also in areas where there's an abundance of food for them, not uncommon for them to even lamb twice a year. So really all depending on habitat and location. I suppose that saying within property, the location, 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 playing out very much within the natural world as well. Hi baby hyena, and would that be your favorite to consume or to view? I'm just joking. Of course, they are very cute. Lovely to see them. But no doubt, for sure, very tasty for those that have springbok on their menu. So a couple of helmeted guinea fowls calling, and Cape crows about, also the grazing springbok that are in front of us, as well as our wading zebra. And I just said the mourning dove, one of my favorite sounds up here. Of course, where they occur, lovely little sound that they do make. But awesome, lots of action for us to enjoy today. So really cool, lovely to sit here, enjoy all the zebra and the springbok, and of course getting that vocal of the mourning dove. It's time to head over to Madikwe and see what's going on with Ben and Igor.
Timing, everybody. One of our giraffes has arrived, and you can see is currently splaying those legs and going to try and have a little drink. There we go. What an uncomfortable way to quench one's thirst. But he's been hanging around for a while, making sure the area is safe. He's going to have a quick drink, and then probably flick his head up to look out for that lovely S of water when he does so. A long time for a giraffe to be drinking without checking his surroundings. Obviously very confident that it's a safe area at the moment. There we go. There was that little flick. Great for photographers if you're going to try and get a picture of a giraffe. Wait till they sort of lift their head up quickly, and then you get that lovely shape, that sort of S they throw with the water that's in their lower lip when they come up. There are a few other giraffe in the peripheries. We might see another one approaching shortly. There's a female who is considering a drink, but I think he's going down for some more. Maybe, maybe not. Just making sure the coast is clear. Looks good. So much pressure on those legs and shoulders. Again, that awkward grace of a giraffe. You see that ligament on the back of the neck, that nuchal ligament being stretched taut as he's bending down so far. And that's one of the reasons that that neck sort of snaps back upwards when he has finished. Like a rubber band extending. Beautiful. So Nadine, all I heard there was Patrick. Sorry Patrick, I'll get your question or comment in a moment, I hope. Patrick, that is a very, very good question. It's probably thinking, I'm thirsty, I don't want to get eaten. Where am I going to find a lady, and what am I going to eat next? Possibly he's contemplating string theory and other physics questions about life and the universe, but we will never know. But I sense that life in the animal kingdom is a little more simplistic than what we do with our lives. We do have a tendency to complicate and overthink everything. A lot simpler as an animal. But right now his immediate thoughts are, gosh, I'm uncomfortable, but I'm thirsty, so I'll have to deal with it. I think he's decided that is as much pressure as those bones can take now. But possibly he's paved the way for some others to pluck up the courage to come and have a drink. We've got a nice female here, so maybe he's going to come and say, hey baby, I know I'm a day late, but how about it? But he still looks quite young, not very dark, certainly not filled out, hasn't been gymming quite enough yet, so I don't know how interested she would be. She looks like a mature female. He's still a youngster, but there are some other young males in the area as well. You'll see one about to enter stage right. There he is. So he's got a few inches on this one. Oh, our little greeting. Hearing some alarm calls of impalas over my right shoulder from the distance. Maybe we're lucky and maybe something else comes down for a drink. Maybe this giraffe was right to be prudent before going down for a drink. But it's a lovely little moment between these two. To see very, very gentle, tactile introductions being done. Well, it seems these two know each other. I mean, this is a little bit more tender than I would expect between complete strangers. The big one just playing big brother a little bit. Lots of friendly nudges here and there. Of course, if this was a full-blown fight, we would certainly know about it. Giraffe can deliver a... Careful. A fearsome blow with that head, a bit like a medieval mace, wind up a lot of momentum and smack into the flanks. You can hear the thud from hundreds of meters away if two are going at it properly, and there have been various reports of giraffes knocked over, knocked out. I even know of a giraffe that broke another one's neck with a well-placed hammer from those ossicones. And I think just showing this little one, I'm the boss, but I'm being nice about it. Oh. Little one's like, really? I'm not in the mood. Please leave me alone. Oof, nasty little uppercut there. Yeah, the flexibility of that neck was in slow motion. Sure, wind is picking up. Sorry if you can probably hear it on the microphone. Got a big gust coming through. There are quite a few clouds around in the distance. Hopefully it's not bringing in anything too untoward. May also make the animals a little bit more nervous, of course, if the wind does pick up. But this is all very important in the play and the exercising of the muscles. Of course, this big one is all he's really doing is exerting a little bit of very friendly dominance here. And those ossicones, of course, solid bone fused to the skull, but for that youngster on the right, the smaller one, he's probably also not, not getting too involved, because those ossicones of his will not be very solid yet. They're cartilage when they're born, and then over time they ossify or become bone and slowly sort of fuse to the skull. That's why you often do see youngsters with sort of skew ossicones, probably in an exchange with a little bit more vigour than we're seeing here. But if the youngsters do start boxing and those ossicones haven't fully ossified, then that cartilaginous substance, which is sort of a little bit pliable still at that point, because it can take a few years, get knocked off centre and then set in a sort of a skew fashion. Also, this way standing right behind the little one as well. There's also a dominance posture. Sometimes you do often see male giraffe mount each other just to exert dominance as well. We see that in lions as well as various other antelope species. And elephants as well, yeah, thanks Igor. I often see it in young elephants as well. So nothing to do with courtship, it's purely dominance behaviour. looks like our female is considering a drink as well. She's obviously been watching this exchange with a little bit of interest and has decided that it's not that interesting perhaps after all. She's not overly impressed by these youngsters. She's looking for something a little bit more mature and experienced. It looks as if she might be considering a drink there. Steph, it's beautiful. We've got lovely soft light today actually, because there are quite a few clouds in the sky, but there are these little gaps and there's some quite high cloud in between the cumulus clouds, and just allowing that lovely sort of soft light to filter through, and yeah, wonderful contrasts with the blues and the greens and the oranges. Giraffes and the sky always look so nice on the colour wheel. Orange and blue are opposite one another, so they are supposed to meld very beautifully together, and they are very striking when you get a giraffe with a bright blue sky behind it. Oxpecker enjoying her neck as well. There's that lovely S again of water, but many a photo trying to catch that with an open background. Very difficult out of the Lowveld because it's generally quite heavily vegetated. Here a little bit easier with these more open landscapes. Looks like another young male is coming in. Let's see if he also decides to get involved in this exchange. Becoming a tangle of necks. We had spaghetti for dinner last night. It kind of looks like a spaghetti of giraffe necks. Brenda, yep, absolutely they do. They are all completely different. And so there have been various studies and research being done on giraffe, and they identify all the individuals based on their unique patterns, so they can monitor their movements and who they're with, because the social structure of a giraffe is somewhat undecided or unknown. We're never quite sure, but of course, especially in an area like this, they can communicate with one another visually over huge distances. That's very difficult to know, what a sort of a solid social structure is in giraffe. Normally you get individual males, you get groups of males, and then you get groups of females. But they do sort of immigrate and emigrate from these groups, and there's certainly no obvious set ties that we know of. But it's hard to know for sure, because say here they can see each other from a long way away, and they've got the bright white on the backs of their ears, so they can see one another over distance with that contrasting markings. So they are termed as having temporary associations. Oh, there we go. There's a little bit of that mounting that we were discussing earlier. The two similar aged ones, that would make sense. Oh, photobomb. Yes, I don't like this word temporary association to describe an animal's social structure. It very much sounds to me like, well, we don't know, so we have to call it something because we can't possibly just say we don't know. So we'll come up with something very, very vague. They associate temporarily with each other. That'll do. I'm sure there's more to it than we really understand. Again, the posture of this one at the back, just sort of standing directly behind the other one, as if to say, well, I don't know what he's saying, but it's very much a dominance posture. I mean, he looked as if he was going to try and mount the other one again. So just to reiterate, there's nothing untoward going on there. That is just how youngsters assert dominance over each other. They'll either do it through the necking process, but as I said, those ossicones are not fully hardened yet, and you do risk some damage. So it's more sort of done through posturing and body language. The other one doesn't seem too bothered, though, I have to say. It's all somewhat half-hearted. The big one walks in, the other one's like, okay, I'll leave. Big brother's coming to help. It's difficult from the view that we've got currently. We could just see legs. Hopefully they'll pop out the other side of this bush in a minute. The easiest way to do, other than the obvious, which I'm sure I don't need to explain in too much detail, is to look at those ossicones, those bony protrusions on the top of their head. Males have much thicker and stronger looking ossicones, much larger ossicones, because they're used for fighting, and often they are bald on the top. Because there's a mixture of the hair getting worn away through constant sort of rubbing in these sort of mock fights that we were seeing, and also the body sort of continuously creates and deposits calcium as they grow older in order to make that skull a more effective weapon. Gives it extra weight and extra solidity so that it can deliver a more devastating blow. Females are much smaller ossicones. They're quite delicate, they're quite thin, and they're usually tufty on the top, lots of hair, a bit like a paintbrush on the top, because they're not really used for anything. It's almost a residual thing now. But just be careful with a young male, like these two younger ones here. They haven't lost that hair on the top of their head yet. So the easiest way to be sure is to just check, say, underneath the belly and see if you can see that sort of penile sheath of the male. That's pretty much a guarantee. I'm hoping they're going to pop out, so I don't want to move the car at the moment in case we disturb them. But I'm sure given some time they'll pop out from behind those bushes. So you can see this one still does have quite fluffy ossicones, but with age he will lose a lot of that surrounding long hair and expose that sort of calciferous lump. Oh, he's going to have a scratch on a tree. It's very difficult to scratch your belly, and of course they do pick up a lot of ticks and things that make their way to those moist areas around the groin, around the equivalent of the armpits underneath the front legs there. So lots of nice thorny trees here, and quite sturdy little sort of shrubby type things. So that's a perfect height for a giraffe to have a good scratch of those hard to reach areas. She looks like a young stink shepherd's bush that he's taking on. Got to make a plan. If you've got an itch and you can't scratch it, you find a way. I'm sure we've all used the closest thing to get to that awkward spot on your back, where whether you reach your arm over your shoulders or around the bottom and come back up, you just can't quite get there. So you end up using everything from the TV remote to a wooden spoon to whatever's handy. Timothy, thank you so much for your question. Their tails don't really have any great function other than to act as a fly swat, which we see in a lot of animals over here. They don't really use their tails for an obvious form of communication like a cat does. If a cat's angry, it'll move its tail, and a dog will wag its tail if it's happy. But in giraffe, it's more just there to try and keep flies away from its bottom, to be quite honest with you. I don't know of any other use for it, and we don't see them sort of sharing that fly swat like we do in zebras. We often see zebras standing in opposite directions, and the other one's tail is sort of helping to keep flies off one's face. So I think it's just more than anything else, yeah, just a little bit of modesty to cover those areas at the back, and also just to act as a very effective fly swat, because we do have a lot of flies out here in Africa, particularly at certain times of the year. These two still having their little very polite discussion here at the back, all in good fun. Good learning curve for this youngster, and very tolerant from the older one as well. He's just sort of playing along with him, teaching him perhaps the ways. Also having a scratch. Obviously the perfect height for those youngsters, that little bush. Hear that sort of squeaking noise of an acacia pied barbet behind us as well. Not as much bird life here as I thought there would be today. We've got a couple of Egyptian geese in the dam, and there was just the noise of something. I was trying to locate it, like a noise, little birdie somewhere, but I'm not quite sure who was making that noise, nor do I see any movement. Look at that, scratching his shin. That was very cool. Never seen a giraffe scratch his shins before. Alright, well, it looks like our little giraffe interaction has ended, but what a beautiful and delicate scene that we just witnessed. How very special, but that's what Escape to Nature is all about. Let's send you back over to the waterhole at Okakuyu with Alex and see what is happening in Namibia.
Both wading into the water. And some springbok sitting behind them. So lovely to see the gemsbok coming through to join us. That being the 6th species of mammal we've now seen. So really quite cool. The springbok with the lamb leaving the close vicinity and heading to the other side of the waterhole. But no complaints. Nice to see both the zebra and the oryx getting right in. So lovely to see all of the oryx coming through now. Very cool indeed. It looks like, oh no, just the back of another springbok. I thought there might be an oryx calf that might be there. That's clearly not, but a nice herd, a decent size of oryx that have come through right now. Really cool. I haven't seen numbers of them like this also for some time. So rather fantastic to have them back in the area. Of course, nice to see the varying sizes of the different herds of animals as well. You can see the other zebra being a little bit exuberant coming through, kind of trotting down about canter. But very cool. Kind of this rather intimidating kind of phalanx of oryx that are there. Those horns really are impressive, and they really can do quite a bit of damage as well. Hi, Paul. Yes, it's really awesome having them through here. Taking the zebra throne at the moment, although the zebra numbers really haven't died off. It's just never ending with them. But nice to have good numbers of the oryx here. And of course, nice to see them wading through, getting nice and deep into the water hole right now as well. So very cool. In fact, the springbok also kind of taking notes and also wading in a little bit. I'm sure definitely causing the Egyptian geese to be on high alert. Everyone kind of encroaching upon them. And we've got a wildebeest that's also joining the party. And actually really interesting to watch how the zebra really got rather deep. It's one of the first times I've actually seen him kind of walk this deep into the water. The oryx generally are the only ones that get this deep. Of course, elephants wade and play in the water, but the oryx, in terms of the herbivores, are the ones that generally get that deep. The zebra clearly taking advantage right now. And lots going on. Action galore. Hi Karen, yes, it really is a perfect scene and very relaxing as well. Kind of easy just to switch back and kind of lose yourself in the moment really with what's all going on. Zebra, the oryx and the springbok all top tiering it at the moment. So it's fantastic just to sit back and enjoy what's going on. And for those of you who have tuned in, Wild Earth is looking for unique and jaw-dropping, beautiful wild animals sightings and encounters from our viewers to use across the Wild Earth platforms. And in return, you can earn money, win prizes, or see your name in the credits on the Wild Earth TV shows. So if you are interested and you do have any fantastic sightings or encounters that you have obviously recorded and captured, please do head across to the Wild Earth website and click on Content Creator to find out more information around this. But still, just rather peaceful. Awesome to sit here. Lovely to watch all this going on. A little bit of cloud cover coming through. It was a bit hazy earlier on this morning, but rather clear at the moment. Lovely to see those zebras really deep into the waterhole. Of course, nice numbers of springbok joining them. So the Cape Crows also picking up their audio for the day. Nice to hear them. Also, some time since we've had all of our usual suspects and characters around. So nice to hear the murder of crows in the background. Hi, Joyce. And I have seen images of a foal that was kind of very dark and almost had spots on it. So that is probably the most interesting that I've seen. Kind of those black stripes kind of molding into one. And little white spots and stripes on its ankles. That is probably the most interesting that I've seen personally, and that was on an image. Otherwise, stock standard zebra kind of sightings for myself. But lovely to see all of these zebras still coming through. A little foal over there, a number of little foals also that have joined us throughout. So nice to see the youngsters. Egyptian geese kind of closer to us at the moment. Springbok also coming back through. Gemsbok have moved off, it seems, and the wildebeest kind of holding back. Kimberly, I'd also love to know what happened, but there is seasonal movement that does go on with them, and I assume they've probably flown towards the east of us. A bit more rain has fallen. They'll capitalize on insects and other alates and that might be popping out. That's primarily what they do feed on. So they would have moved to where there would be an abundance of insects, arthropods, alates, that kind of thing that would be out for them to feast on. It has got a little drier here. We are waiting for some more rain. Of course, there is still vegetation around. But the storks primarily be looking for that kind of increase in insect number at the moment. So that flock, I assume, is probably moved eastwards. And a bit of a zebra conflict going on there. A bit of kicking and biting, it seems. Hi, William. No, I don't think so. I think it is kind of the over-exuberance and the presence of all the numbers of the zebra really here at the moment. So obviously that kind of coming together. Lots of other dominant stallions that might be around. Perhaps even other mares that also may be milling about too. And that kind of interaction that's going on that's leading to all of this vocal right now. Not alarm calling. There would be zebras shooting off in many directions if that was the case. Kind of like cats on a hot tin roof if that was the case. So still lots of action going on here in Okapuyo. We've had some lovely bird sightings across in Djuma. And with Ben and Igor in Midikwe, lovely elephant sightings, some giraffe as well as zebra too. There's really lots and lots going on here. Lovely springbok, nice wading oryx, gemsbok, black-faced impala, and the wildebeest that have come through for us. Lots more to come, I'm sure. The zebra really not holding off. Lots of foals, lots of audio, a bit of conflict, and zebra idols also with all those vocals. And great to hear, great to watch, awesome to sit back and escape and immerse ourselves with all this wonderful wildlife action going on. If you do have any questions or comments, of course it is also a live and interactive experience. So if you'd like to know anything, if you see anything of interest, do let us know. It's always fantastic when we do get to interact with you guys, hearing your questions or anything else that might be of interest to you. So do send them through. We look forward to hearing from you. Really, the action isn't stopping at all. But it's quite cool watching as the zebra run around, interact with each other. Obviously, they're quite mean, so it's also quite shocking when you do see the odd one kick out at a younger foal. One that might be smaller than it, but part of zebra dynamics, and that is the way of zebra life. A couple of oryx that are still here. Springbok just off to the left of us, and one or two of them coming down too. But great just to sit back and watch what goes on with zebra. As I said, it's always something interesting with them. They really can be rather mean for such pretty animals. Hi Laura, so the deepest I've really seen them go to is around shoulder height, although I have seen one or two of the springbok get into the deeper area and then they kind of get to about neck height. So not the full body, although these elephants, when they come through and they play in the water, they literally submerge themselves really deep into it, and it is rather entertaining to watch. Elephants at any water source, always a good thing, nice to spend time with. But yeah, they will totally submerge themselves. But with regards to the zebra, the springbok, or even the oryx, they've mostly just wade in. So quite a bit going on. Cape Crow's still calling. We did have some European bee eaters earlier as well, so they're always cool to hear. A number of springbok starting to join the zebra now. Hi Simon, thanks very much for your question, as well as that observation of the fact that European bee eaters do migrate and move back towards Europe and even Eastern Europe. But as far as I am aware, there aren't any that do stay, and it's always something that I do kind of keep track of myself, and it's generally around the middle of April, kind of towards the beginning of May. So middle to end of April is generally when I see them leaving Johannesburg. So I would assume it's much the same across in Namibia. Of course, Johannesburg is way further south than Okukuyo, so maybe a bit later there. And then heading back over to Europe. So south of France into Germany, across towards Ukraine as well. So different populations of the European bee eaters, where they do come from, in the areas that they will migrate back to. And we'll note the different populations really just do different color morphs in them, so little races of them, kind of area dependent on where they do come from. And I've seen them in Europe as well in summer, so it's rather quite cool when you get to see them in both areas that they do migrate to and from. So rather cool. But I do assume at around midway through April, at least from Johannesburg, that they will probably start to head back. But it does also depend on rain. So if there's a lot of rain around here in the south, perhaps they might stay back a little bit longer before moving through. And that would be the case with other migratory birds too, because the food sources might still be in abundance for them before a cold spell or something kind of really gets them going and they decide, right, okay, cool, it is time for us to head back. So sometimes it can also depend on rainfall. There's that awesome sound again of the mourning doves. Lots of springbok coming through now. Oryx moving through as well on the other side of the waterhole. And a little harem of zebra now. We're to be able to say that because that's literally all we've seen. And it looks like we do have one of the Adam storks around here at the moment, perhaps coming for a drink. But I think majority of them heading eastward, as I said earlier. So it seems that the oryx and springbok are taking over from the zebra at the moment. How long that will last remains to be seen. Lots of zebra audio. Looks like little pockets of them still coming through. And prior to this zebra bray, you would have heard the Cape crows. I don't know if that rather murderous sound of theirs. There are a number of sounds and noises, vocalizations that they do make. Of course, crows and ravens being thought to be the cleverest of the birds, and that's of all birds. So, of course, a number of very clever species too. So the starlings, miners, drongas, also very clever. Parrots, of course, as well. But it's thought that ravens and crows are the cleverest of all the bird species. But that would be the Cape crow that was calling earlier. You can actually hear the springbok as they kind of grunt at each other at the moment. Very cool. Nice to pick up on all these little vocalizations. Excuse me. So there goes the Cape crow again. So in between the squawking or squeaking Cape crows, you can get a little bit of the audio from the springbok kind of conversing amongst themselves, kind of guttural sound that is being made there, almost like a soft little goats really. And we're also getting the mourning doves too, the zebra braying, and quite interesting to see how Egyptian geese are being forced to tolerate this onslaught of activity at the waterhole. I think the only ones that are kind of petrified by them being the springbok. They do get chased off every now and then when they get a bit too close to the geese. The zebra, pretty much unfazed by them. So quite funny to watch how the waterhole dynamics have changed in the last week or so. Hi Yvette, thanks very much for your comment. And the bird that was making the squeaking noise was the Cape crow. A rather loud squeak or kind of squawk that they make. They have a number of other calls too. That kind of squawk that's going on now though is the Cape crow. Hi Linda, thanks so much for your comments. And yes, the sounds of nature really are coming through for us right now. Lots going on. Also nice to get all the visuals and action that we've had throughout the course of the morning too. It's been really action-packed and lovely to see and watch. quite cool watching as the springbok shoots off, and you can actually see that pace. We're talking about how quick they are the other day. And they are known to be the third fastest animal in the world, second fastest in Africa, and more zebra coming down to join us right now. Hi Yaku, there are two, the plain zebra, the one we're looking at right now, and then the Hartmann's mountain zebra. Both can be found here in Etosha. You would need to be in the mountainous areas in the western part of Etosha. We're in the southern western part of Etosha right now, but in the mountainous, more western area. And every now and then you can actually pick up the mountains in the horizon. That's where we would find the Hartmann's zebra. But in Namibia, both of those are the two zebra species that are found here. Hi Yvette, yes, it's lovely to see all the beautiful springbok that are here, and their range will stretch a little bit north of us into kind of southeastern Angola, southwestern Angola really, and then all the way down into the Karoo, Western Cape, and then across to the Eastern Cape, kind of in the Highveld. They don't go down from the plateau down into the Lowveld. They're found in rather more arid areas. You do get the odd springbok across in Madikwe, kind of the edge of the Kalahari. So mostly Kalahari and arid specialists. And they range in kind of extending all the way down. The Kalahari Basin kind of extends up into Zambia though. And I do need to check, but perhaps there is a small little smattering of the more northern subspecies of the springbok up into that area. Very cool to see. In 3 subspecies, the tallest one, or the biggest one, being the Kalahari, smallest being the Karoo springbok. I think the species that we're looking at right now would be the Damara, or kind of Angolan.
In a world full of upheaval, we all need a quiet and safe place. A place where anxiety and stress don't exist. A place where life carries on. Slip away into a brand new show exclusively on Wild Earth. Just nature.
So just like that, the springbok numbers and the zebra numbers kind of dropping away or falling away. I'm sure that won't be the case for too long though. As I say that, one more zebra joins the fray and another springbok comes down. So no doubt we will be seeing more. It's actually quite a young zebra foal there. Rather awesome just to watch. So it's been fantastic. Lovely to pick up on all the different audio. Lovely to see the different numbers, other herbivores coming through. But it's time for us to check in again with Ben and Madikwe and see what's going on there.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Well, we are still loitering around at Skoko Pan, hoping for some action, but say the weather has clouded over a little bit, which has somewhat stemmed the tide of animals coming down for drink, but I'm sure there will be some. But hidden away in this bluethorn that you're looking at is a hornbill, and he was sitting nicely, and he's just disappeared behind the foliage, so we're just hoping that there we go, it's definitely a yellow, I think that's a yellow-billed hornbill. Still can't quite see properly. Is it yellow or red? It's definitely a hornbill, but not the greatest view of a hornbill that you will ever get, I have to say. It does look like yellow, I think, yeah. Oh no, possibly red. I can't see, it's difficult in the shadows there. No, it is yellow. Keeping an eye on proceedings there. Come on, come back out. But that bluethorn is a formerly known as acacia, and now a Senegalia because it has the hooked thorns as opposed to the straight thorns. And Senegalia erubescens is its full name, erubescens referring to the red coloration possibly of the young flowers, although nobody is quite sure. But it's a nice, good wood for firewood, also termite resistant, and it does produce an edible gum, which I don't think is why our hornbill is here, but certain bird species do take advantage of that, such as the cory bustard that we do occasionally see up here, and also lesser bush babies. They're also quite partial to acacia gum or acacia sap. There is some form of energy in there. What are you picking at? They normally, of course, well, hornbills are omnivorous. They eat both fruits and little arthropods. I've even seen them taking on scorpions and the like as well. So you don't know what he was doing there, possibly gleaning some insects. Oh, there's a crimson-breasted shrike next to him. Please don't be behind the pole. It's going to be close. No, we're good. There's the crimson-breasted shrike and the hornbill just off to the left, but these crimson-breasted shrikes are one of my favourite birds. Look at that coloration. Okay, he didn't want to hang around. He's definitely long gone now. And our hornbill is going to hide behind the other type of what used to be an acacia. So this is one of the Vachelias now. You can see from those very, very spiky thorns. I'm just going to see if I can see which one it is. Difficult to say for sure. I need to go and have a closer look to be absolutely sure, but you can see those great big white spines there. Just having a look for anything else here. There's no mammal activity currently, but Eagle's possibly spied something. What have you got, Eagle? Ah, a fluttering of wings is what we saw. Oh, look, there's a Kalahari scrub robin. See if we can give you that one. Obviously a specialised bird to this area, as the name suggests. Kalahari scrub robin wagging its tail. There he is, with that white eyebrow. See the little white tip to the tail, quite distinctive. A lot of the scrub robins, of course. We also get the white-browed scrub robin, which is very prominent in the Lowveld as well here, but this one we get probably more of these Kalahari scrub robins than we do the white-broweds here. That characteristic bobbing of the tail. It's giving you the runaround, Igor. Amazing how fast his legs can carry him. There's quite a few robin species, of course, in South Africa. We've got scrub robins, we've got normal robins, we've got robin chats. I'd have to check exactly, but probably about 15 different robin derivatives out here. Mike, yes, I think you're right. Well, as you can see, they do sometimes give us a run around. They're fine when they're sitting in. Oh, let's look at Acrea butterfly. I thought he was going to have a crack at that, but nope. Yeah, they move faster than you would think. It's easier when they're hopping around on the floor than when they're flying across screen, certainly. But birds have got a sixth sense of humour. Every time there's one sitting nicely in the tree, normally the second you are about to come with us, pretty much as we're being counted down from sort of 3, 2, 1, and then the bird will fly away, and we're left just showing you a branch moving after the bird took off. Or they hide behind bushes like this. Looks like one of the abutilon bushes there. Are you going to come out, Mr. Scrub Robin? Trying to see what other birds, because we get a lot of birds coming down to this area here around Skoko Pan, but they tend to come and go. We saw some white-browed sparrow weavers a little bit earlier, but no, he seems to have left the area. Oh, there he goes. Right, disappeared. He's flown off. Maybe we should see if there's any wading species in the dam itself. Let me check with my binos. We did have a couple of Egyptian geese earlier, but they've also decided that pastures are greener elsewhere. Have a scan and see what we can find. You can certainly hear lots. I can hear canaries, I can hear those crimson-breasted shrikes. They have a very sort of almost electronic sort of noise when they call. But I didn't even see our sort of resident three-banded plovers or sandpipers at the moment. Well, Carol, birds eat all sorts of different things. One of the ways you can sort of see the sorts of things they eat will be looking at their bill shape. So generally they either eat seeds and what are called granivores, which is like grain, but we call them granivores. Then you get fructivores, which eat fruit. Obviously you get the carnivorous birds, the predatory birds, birds of prey and things. You get the insectivores, things like the flycatchers, the bee eaters, those little robins. They will take mainly small insects and arthropods. Well, piscivores like kingfishers and some of the seabirds as well. So yeah, there's all sorts. It very much depends, but a lot of birds have a very varied diet. That hornbill says an omnivorous bird and does a little bit of everything. What you'll often find is a lot of things that are exclusively seed eaters. They will still feed their young ones insects when they're young, because there's a lot of protein in insects, so that is excellent for youngsters growing big and strong. So it rather depends, and often what you do find around these dams is a lot of granivores, a lot of seed eaters like firefinches and waxbills and the like, because there's not much moisture in seeds. So they tend to need a little bit more. Oh, what you got there, Eagle? Some proper birding. We've got looks like a young redback shrike or a female redback shrike by the look of it, hiding in the shadows there. Yeah, so granivores as a rule don't get much moisture in their diet, so it's one of the ways that if you're actually lost and stuck out in the bush, if you hear, and you know your bird calls obviously is quite necessary, but if you start seeing lots of those little seed-eating birds like finches, so waxbills, those sorts of things, canaries, then there's a good chance that you're close to water, because they never stray far from water, because everything needs water, and if they're not getting it from their diet, they will have to get it from a natural source. There are lots of things you can use to help you find water here. Following game paths will normally take you to water, especially if you take note of where the sort of the smaller game paths are coming off. If you go to the, if you sort of make sure that you're always going against the grain, you'll see that a lot of the small tributaries join main game paths, and ultimately those game paths almost always end up at water. But also rhinos and elephants and things use them as well for walking through the bushes. There's usually rhino middens and things you'll come across on those pathways, because they're obvious routes from which to travel and avoid wandering through the bushes. There's less ticks, there's less thorns, so be very wary if you're following a game path, but in theory a game path should lead you to water. And then of course just general greenery. If you see big trees, and particularly green trees, that's usually an indication of underground water. You can listen out for frogs after the rain. There are lots of ways that you can potentially find yourself water, and obviously go to low areas like valleys and depressions in the ground. But you need to be careful drinking the water here. Obviously there is a lot of icky stuff in there, so if you can, you need to sort of create your own natural filter, which you can do very easily by either digging in the soil next to the water and letting that sort of natural filtration process occur. Yes, it's going to be silty and sandy and not overly tasty, but it'll be a little bit better for you. Or you can make your own. There's a couple of Egyptian geese on the far side there. Or you can make your own water filter as well, using rocks of different sizes, and if you've got some charcoal as well, that's excellent, because charcoal actually absorbs a lot of the toxins out of the body. So if you've got a bad stomach, or if you've ingested poison, it used to be, certainly back in the old days, they would prescribe you some charcoal, because that helps to absorb the toxins in your bodies, or body. There's our Egyptian geese. They obviously hadn't gone far, they just disappeared behind the foliage. You can see that one is actually eating some of the grass there. So Eagle spied another bird there, but it disappeared, as always, just as he panned the camera, so we will go back to our Egyptian geese. Difficult to tell you which is the male and which is the female here, because there is no sexual dimorphism in the geese. The only way you can really tell is actually by their calls. So the female is a lot louder and sort of makes more of a quacking noise, and the male has more of a hissing sound. But should any other birds come down, particularly any other geese even fly over, you'll have this cacophony of noise. They're rather grumpy and they get quite territorial over their water sources. Are you going to come for a swim? Possibly. Is he having a drink as well? Excuse me, I just had a sip of water, it went down the wrong way. Destroyed the ambience of the bush, apologies. Andrea, I don't believe so. I think when they're taking it in such small proportions, by comparison, they're not too picky. I haven't noticed anything. It's not like elephants that will always congregate around a pipe if there's one leading into that water. So I don't really think so. I imagine they will be able to tell if it's really rather fetid and if it's potentially dangerous. But obviously they like bird baths and they love sprinklers and things in your gardens to have their baths in. They would much rather have a bath, I think, in that sort of like a fountain type arrangement than in standing water. It's just also probably easier and you get a better coating, but you often see the waxbills and the firefinches and things coming down and just having a splish splash in the water. Kingfishers will come down and dive into the water as well just to get a little soaking of the feathers, but I don't believe they are particularly fussy from what I've seen, certainly. You can see there's sort of little black spots on their chest, what we could do when they were front onto us. Those are the brood patches that both males and females have, so just a slightly different area on the chest that just aids in... Wow, the wind's picking up. Sorry, we might get blown away in a second. If we disappear, we may end up in Botswana. Just checking out some slightly grey clouds behind us, often a sign that it's bringing in some more inclement weather, a strong wind like that, but that was a serious gust. Anyway, so those brood patches are just designed to be able to sit on the eggs, usually have far more blood vessels there just to keep the eggs warm and safe. But they have, both sexes have them in Egyptian geese, because they both incubate the eggs. But evidently it's not a swimming day today. Not sure how long he's going to stay there, Eagle, but since we're doing some birds, there's a Sabota lark at sort of 11 o'clock at the top of the acacia there, if you're keen. It's a fairly nondescript one, but a very common bird that we see here, and we can hear him trilling away, sitting right on top of another one of those blue thorns by the look of it. Ooh, we're going to... Ah, is he just typically just behind the pole? Oh no, there he goes. He just flew away. Sorry, I thought you had him there, Eagle. That was my mistake. I didn't point it out very well. Oh, there's one here on the dead little branch in front of us. Oh, what you got there? Ah, there is one of those Sabota larks. That was good timing. You can see that very prominent white eyebrow. It looks like a Sabota. It's very difficult to tell with these larks, they're so similar. There's another one actually sitting nicely on that dead tree just behind where you were, if you just go up a touch and to the left. That log there. Do you believe us yet that birds seem to know when we're coming to them? The second we spot them, just as the camera zooms in, oh no, we're on camera, run away, fly away. Okay, we're back with this exhibit A, as we said. So again, look at that needle-like bill, like a pair of tweezers, searching for little tiny arthropods in the grass. Although I'm going to double check the diet of a Sabota lark because it's not one that I know particularly well. Kathy, it's very difficult unless there's an obvious dimorphism. So I'm just double checking the diet. It's about 50-50 between seeds and insects. Interestingly, not known to drink water, it says as well. That's interesting. Kathy, yeah, very difficult. You'd have to look at the behaviour being exhibited unless there's an obvious difference in the plumage, which there often is in birds, but something like the larks and the pipits, there's usually absolutely no difference whatsoever. So the only way I could categorically state one way or the other would be if you saw mating behaviour and you saw the one mounting the other one, the one on top would be the male. That's about as good as you could get. Or if there's specific nesting behaviour, you do get certain species where we know that only the female will incubate the eggs, for example. But other than that, yeah, if they show no dimorphism between the plumage colours, then there's really no way to tell. Raptors, of course, we know the females are larger than the males. But yeah, then after that it becomes nigh on impossible. We've got a rattling cesticula at the top of this acacia at about 1 o'clock as well. Very common bird. We know he's got to drop down a bit lower. You got him there, Igor? Yeah, there he is. So another one of those what we call LBJs, little birds with no obvious markings, and it's very difficult to say definitely that's rattling cesticula, but they have a very distinctive call. I like to think of them as like Space Invaders. They go. That's how we identify the rattling ones, and they often shout at you as well during if you're on a walk or you disturb them. Me, 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 me. Noise just echoes through the bush. Oh, it's a couple of black-faced waxbills. Where did they land? You can hear them. Where did you go? Black-faced waxbills are beautiful little birds. There goes one, there goes one. Oh, that's going behind us. Bird photographers worldwide, you have my respect. Oh, there he is, yeah. Can you get him? We're going to have to swing almost 180 degrees around. No! He just drops off the perch. He didn't fall off, don't worry everybody. He chose to drop down. But he might come back. But we get some lovely waxbills here. We get the blue waxbills, we get the black-faced waxbill, we get the violet-eared waxbills. Some beautiful waxbills in this area. Oh, I'm disappointed we didn't show you that one. Maybe I'll show you a picture in the book, because he really is rather pretty, the black-faced waxbill. Keep an eye there in case he comes back. Waxbills, waxbills, where are you? Alright, ready when you are, Igor. Okay, so here's the black-faced waxbill at the bottom right of the page here. And there he is. Very pretty. You can see where that name comes from. And you've got that sort of charcoaly, chalky grey coloration and that lovely rich red as well. Very, very pretty. And then the other one that we've seen a few of but been unable to put on camera yet because they don't sit still very long is these ones up here, the violet-eared waxbills, which are really, really pretty. We see them flying past quite often with that sort of quite long purplish rump. It's quite diagnostic, and the tail, although it doesn't really look at that picture, the tail is also quite purple. But look at these lovely violet ears on the bird, as the name suggests. There's some beautiful birds to be had, and of course there's the blue waxbill in the top left-hand corner, which we see regularly as well. So the waxbill is a very, very pretty group of birds, certainly. Now that black-faced one, I actually say I did get my only records. I've only ever seen them here at Madikwe, and I came up here. It took 3 attempts to. I can still hear them calling. They're mocking me from somewhere behind us. Oh, there they are. You think they're hopping around? So we just no, they've gone too high. Yeah, so I've been looking for that bird for ages, for about 15 years. Every time I came to this area, because they don't really occur in the Lowveld, I was looking for this black-faced waxbill, and it just mocked me, and everybody else would see one. I even went to Marataba to do some training for NJ Moore field guides a few years ago, and they see black-faced waxbills regularly there, and we were 3 vehicles out looking for stuff, and pretty much every other vehicle regularly saw black-faced waxbills, except when I was on them. They were just running away from me, and I didn't get one at all. And I like to get 200 birds whenever I go to a new area. I spent 2 weeks there, and I ended up with 199 birds on Marataba, and I could not find the only one that I really wanted, which would have been the lifer at the time, was the black-faced waxbill. So they mock me. But now I've seen one, there are lots. Oh, I see a point. What you got, Igor? Igor's got something.
I don't know, but it might be in the bush.
Something in the bush. Hold on, let me get my binoculars out. Have you got a waxbill there? There's quite a few hopping around here. I'm struggling to see anything. Have you still got it? No? They do like these trees behind us. Sorry everyone, you've sort of joined us. Oh, there's a paradise wider as well. He's having a drink. Sorry, I might be sticking my head in the camera. We can't see him either. If only we could discuss matters with birds and have a chat with them. Paradise White's got that beautiful long tail, so hopefully that he's having a drink, but like literally directly behind the car. And if I start the car and move, of course he's going to fly away. So I'm going to hope that he pops out onto one of these branches behind us. But we're getting the full force or the full flipping around of our camera here. Some movement. Black-faced waxbills flitting around in there. I can see them moving. We have to get lucky and maybe just focus on one branch for you and hope that one sort of pops out and lands there. They're just under that branch that you're focused on, actually. I can see some movement just under there somewhere. Oh look, here's a paradise wider here.
I think I got the wax ball.
Okay, we've got a wider here as well. Have you got the wax ball? Something there. Oh, I can't see where you're looking. The wider's just here, like it's at 3 o'clock to us in the grass. If you see that stink shepherd's bushes is just to the right of it. Probably behind the vegetation. You got him? There he goes, there he goes, there he goes with his long tail. Okay, we are going to continue trying in vain to put pretty birds on camera for you. Let's send you back to Alex at Kikuyu.
Thanks, Ben, and we are back with good numbers of mammals. Lots of zebra action, of course, the springbok coming through, and a lovely kind of phalanx of gemsbok that are with us at the moment. Of course, our vocals of the Cape Crow shining through. Lots going on. Really cool. It's been awesome just to sit here and watch how this has unfolded with all the action. Not really a quiet moment yet, and it's been rather spectacular. Awesome to have nice numbers of the gemsbok through as well. It does look like we've got the Adams storks that we thought had perhaps gone eastward, some of them flocking about and kind of descending upon us too. So clearly in the area. I did think a little bit further east, but clearly enough insects around for them too to forage through. And although the numbers are smaller, they are still around in the area. So zebras slowly starting to move off. These oryx also enjoying themselves. I think it is getting rather hot. No doubt with that sun out. And the Kempswak definitely enjoying some cooling water at the moment. Number of springboks still about. The Egyptian geese also out and about. Kind of a conveyor belt of mammals at the moment. Cynthia, and it was a couple of months back, and it was a lone red hartebeest that had come down, and was a rather young hartebeest at that by itself. I think that was perhaps the strangest sighting I've had. Probably, yeah, the most unexpected at least. Definitely that. It does seem like it's kind of slowing down. I think that probably has got something to do with it kind of reaching midday. Although still lots going on. It's just that we don't have as many zebra around as we did earlier. But I'm not complaining. Still action. And no doubt it is just a kind of pause before it heats up again. Sounds like a couple of grasshoppers in that also flitting about at the moment. That kind of, I suppose, really grasshoppery sound, if you want to call it that. But to me, that's what it sounds like. Other insects still about. And the numbers of zebra slowly picking up. So good to see. Nice to have the springbok also grazing rather close to us still. To be honest, it does look like there's some vulture on the other side of the dam. So, waterhole. Can't get any closer, unfortunately. But body sizes and shapes, I think, kind of leading towards that. And I'll have to check it out at some point. Lovely little zebra foal coming down there as well. So different pockets and harems that are joining us at the moment. Hi, Robert. Does depend on the setting, but I think one of the desert adapted black rhino would be up there. Of course, the desert elephants, the Hartmann's Zebra 2, and I'd like to see the desert lions, and even the brown hyena in certain areas. Those would probably be the ones that are on my bucket list. Actually, they are the ones that are on my bucket list. Even the black-faced impala too, and the Angolan giraffe. So all of those area specials I would like to see. There's not one that I would say I'm more excited about. Excited to see all of them. But a very cool time being spent here, and we're off to go and see what birds have joined Ben and Igor in Madikwe.
Indeed, well, we've got a lovely pale chanting goshawk and the dulcet sounds of a very... and the awful noise you heard was a car coming past us who's seen better days by the sound of it, and it's caused our pale chanting goshawk to move a little bit further away. Apologies for that, but at least we can still see him. Don't they look wonderful in those dead trees against that angry looking sky? Spectacular. So we were asked in the last segment where Igor and I had our repeated epic fails of trying to put birds on camera for you that turned out to be far more difficult than we had at first thought. The differences between males and females, well, the goshawks are an example of those birds of prey where the female would be bigger than the male. So very difficult to tell when you've just got one on its own, but if we had a breeding pair stood next to each other, we would be able to see the larger one would be in the female. Looks like a lovely old leadwood. They do create these incredible geometric patterns. I'm glad you agree, Jessica. Yes, there's nothing quite like these dead trees are just so photogenic. And when you've got them against an open backdrop, like we often do here, because they tower above the Kalahari thornfelt that we have here, they really do look beautiful. And say, as an astrophotographer, I'm always looking for a really nice foreground, and something like a big dead tree like that silhouettes so nicely against the Milky Way or something like that. You have to kind of plan those shots, but you can get apps if you're not sure of the movement, and the really good apps these days where you can go literally stand in a position and hold your phone up to the sky and double check exactly what time the orientation of the Milky Way will be, so you can kind of plan your shot long in advance. Then you just have to hope for clear skies, something that we have not had for months, which is highly frustrating. But yeah, there's only so many pictures of the night sky that you can take without it looking a bit samey. It's all actually in the foreground. You want some nice rocks, or a nice dead tree, or a building, or some people, or some animals, if they stand still long enough, of course. But you can always merge two photos together, or do two different exposures and combine the images, depending on how purist you want to be. But these skeletal trees create the perfect vantage point for a little bird of prey like this to scan the horizon and to scan what's happening below them. And so in terms of food, these pale chanting goshawks particularly, they will use these poles, and they will say keep a good lookout for anything moving around on the ground. And they do like their rodents, their little voles and gerbils and mice and things, of which there are plenty running around here, but we very rarely see them. Oddly, one thing I've not seen since we've been up here, or in fact any of my trips to these areas, I've never seen a pair of pale chanting goshawks sitting together. They always seem to be independent from one another. I assume they are probably paired up because they are monogamous, but I've never actually seen two sitting together, so maybe they sort of couple up but prefer to keep to themselves. So we're not in the breeding season at the moment. Breeding season for most birds is over our summer because of the prevalence of prey. Sarah, yeah, some birds do have social structures, certainly. We sort of perhaps better call it sort of breeding strategies. A lot of birds form monogamous pairs, but in terms of social structure, the best example to give you would be in what are called cooperative breeding birds. So things like the Aramat babblers, the green wood hoopoes, those are good examples, whereby it's a bit like, I suppose, the sort of the wild dog type idea, or the dwarf mongoose, similar structure to that, in that you have an alpha male and an alpha female, and then those birds are almost always in groups, and the rest of the group will either be sort of immigrant and males or females which have come in and just sort of join the flock, which may then leave again at some point when it's time to go and do the thing for themselves. But the majority of those groups are actually made up from the previous year's offspring. And so when we call it cooperative breeding, what we mean is that the rest of those members actually help the alpha pair in the breeding process. And because most of them are related in normal circumstances, that means that you are sort of assisting your brothers and sisters with whom you share the most genetics with, and that's kind of the whole idea. So you're ensuring the survival of your genetics rather than your own personal need to reproduce, as it were. And again, it sort of varies in different species as to how much involvement they have. Some will just forage together and it just benefits being extra eyes and ears, whereas others will actually help with the nest building. They may even help with incubation. So it very much depends on that, but that's pretty much bird specific or species specific as to how much involvement those cooperative breeders have. Those clouds slowly drifting past. You can see some of them do look a little bit grey. Those flat bottoms that they have, and those cumulus clouds, that's the dew point. So that's the point or the height in the atmosphere where the atmosphere can no longer just hold water vapour and it condenses to form cloud. And you always see that we tend to draw clouds, or kids tend to draw clouds as those big sort of fluffy cotton balls, but you'll see that they've all pretty much got flat bases and all basically the same height. And that's the height at which the temperature change is such that water vapour has become too much and has to start condensing, almost like a layer in the atmosphere, but which will differ depending on temperatures and humidities. Excuse me, sorry, I may sneeze as well in a minute. Bless me. Sorry, everyone. See, those darker clouds are the ones holding more moisture. We had one little sprinkle of rain a little bit earlier, but nothing more than that, thankfully, thus far. But say it is forecast potential rain over the next few days. See those grey areas there, just a little bit more opaque, more and more water vapour or condensing in the very delicate atmosphere that we must look after. Otherwise it will all be cooked by the radiation of the sun. Just a couple of cars coming past us again. We are on one of the main roads here as we're slowly making our way south. But beautiful vistas. And you see a few patches of blue there. Delia, I think you said, I think the question was, where is great for birding photography? Very hard to say. It depends what birds you want to photograph. If you're looking for specific species, then the best places. Thank you, Nadine. I would say the best place is to actually just go, and you have to be incredibly patient for bird photography. So the best places really are either your garden or a bird hide or a dam, I would suggest, because you never really know where a bird's going to be, but if you're sitting by a resource that the bird wants, so be it a bird table or a bird bath, or a dam where they know you've got access to water, or somewhere where there's a known nesting site, those are the best things. Otherwise, you're just going to have to be very quick on the draw because you never know where one's going to pop up. And as you may have seen on our last segment, they don't hang around for very long and they can be very, very difficult. So I would suggest your best bet is to go and sit in a bird hide somewhere next to water and see what comes down, but be prepared to wait for a very long time. I mean, you go and watch some of these documentaries on birds, and if you can find it behind the scenes, you'll probably find that those poor people waited weeks and weeks for the opportunity to photograph that bird nicely and get a nice open background behind it, or to film it. Or they have little mobile hides that they take, and they take almost like a little tent and just disappear in there. And they might live in there for days and days waiting for that perfect opportunity. A lot of people don't realise the patience required to be a wildlife cameraman or photographer. Sometimes right place, right time. Other times you can wait absolutely weeks and weeks for the best opportunity. Or you might only get one opportunity. But if there are specific birds that you want to go and look at, you can certainly find that information online, or a lot of the apps that we use will give you sort of good birding areas or birding sites or reserves that specialise in that. And birders are a very close-knit community. If you love birds, you'll be accepted. It's as simple as that. And there's lots of forums and things online and social media these days that you can go and ask those questions, and someone will say, oh, I went to this place once and I go there 3-4 times a year and I always have great sightings of these particular birds. So speak to other birders as well, other photographers and other birders. We're all in this together. Share the information. For me, I find personally that this is such a nice shot because you've got the open background. It's very difficult sometimes to find a picture of a bird without stuff behind it, and then it's difficult to make the bird sort of stand out, and you have to go into post-processing to really sort of help accentuate the detail in it. A lot obviously will be dictated by the camera and the lens that you've got. If you've got a nice shallow depth of field and you can blur that background, then that will certainly help. And then sometimes it's quite nice to have those sort of yellows and greens of vegetation, but as long as it's a sort of a flat colour as opposed to riddled with detail of leaf structure. But that's unfortunately why you pay an awful lot of money for a really good camera lens these days. Oh, bit of a stretch. Amazing how they balance on those little, tiny little toothpick thin legs. Especially when the wind picks up. You see them struggle a little bit, they have to put their wings out for a bit of balance.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
Well, it wasn't rude, Nadine. It was just, I suppose, how could we put it to the animal kingdom? I suppose it would be the equivalent of saying that if an old animal who was maybe a little bit past his best was still holding an excellent territory and had access to lots and lots of resources, then potentially the age at which he is still reproductively of interest to members of the opposite sex may increase. I hope that was diplomatically put.
Very well.
But I don't think we should go down this rabbit hole right now. These big clouds rolling in. I wonder if we're not in for a bit of a storm this afternoon. There's definitely a lot more clouds than there were. And we will watch the weather with interest. Maybe if we're lucky and we can get some lightning as the sun goes down. It's always special to watch that. All right, I think that is enough of us rambling, but let's send you over to Alex at the Kikuyu Waterhole.
Thanks, Ben. And yes, we are back here in Okakuyo. Interesting scenes still unfolding. 2 oryx that have made their way into the water. And in fact, those birds on the other side are a group of vultures. And I did manage to get a closer look, but we unfortunately won't get any closer than this for now. And they were both Cape and whiteback vultures within that group. So lovely to see. Perhaps a kill that has been made within the area. With the large number of zebra, it is highly possible that that is the case. It is a local pride that uses this waterhole and the area between the next waterhole, the Mbika waterhole, and they're called the Mbika Pride. And they operate this area. So perhaps they have taken down one of the zebra. Who knows? But as I said, with large numbers, we can expect good numbers of predators, I'm sure, to be following after them. And there goes one of the vultures there anyway. But as I said, 2 species of vulture there, the Cape and the white-backed. That were both there together. Cape crows as well calling. And a couple of springbok that are still present. So very cool to watch and see. A little bit of wind. Hi, Christopher. Thank you very much for your question. And what happens when it does dry out is that there's kind of more focus of the animals then coming through to the waterhole. Of course, they do use that green thicket, and you can actually see some of these vultures taking off and kind of using those thermals after coming to clean themselves as well as getting water. But that green thicket and tree line in the back there, animals then, when it is really hot, kind of retreat to the little thickets and take up the shade. Kind of conserve as much energy as possible, but also focusing a lot of time in the area, and of course spending a lot more time around the waterholes because they are obviously water dependent to some degree. We will see a lot more animals then coming through, and different species as well that will also need to come through and make use of the waterholes. That's generally what does happen. It does also become a little more barren, and it does almost look a bit more Martian. So we notice that on these white concrete stones, they kind of stick out more as the rest of that vegetation burns off in the dry season. So lovely to hear the mourning doves as well as the Cape crows again. It does remind of the scenes from a couple of months back. It was rather dry. So clearly with the rain kind of holding off at the moment, everyone's kind of come back into the area. So it's interesting to see how the dynamics change and how much the rain really does play a part with waterhole dynamics, in particular in this area. But lovely to have all the springbok around at the moment. A couple of zebra thinking about coming down, and the vulture, or vultures, sitting off on the other side of the waterhole. So always cool, lovely to see the different things that are going on. But Ben has a surprise and we're off to see what that is.
Yes, well, welcome quickly back to Madikwe. We finally left our Pell chanting goshawk because we found a beautiful bull elephant who is doing some gardening for us. And whilst we pulled up and we were thinking, yay, we found an elephant to show you guys. I pulled into the shade of a tree and then I looked in the other direction. And lo and behold, in front of this tree, we have found two absolutely spectacular male lions as well. So you never know what you're going to go and find. Look at that. I'm guessing this is the two Mahiwa males, the dark one and the blonde one at the front. But I'm not 100% sure because I haven't seen them enough and I haven't seen the other lions on Madikwe here to be able to sort of compare the two of them. But regardless of who they are, as far as I'm concerned, that's irrelevant. We have got two male lions with their heads up and their wind-swept manes looking absolutely spectacular, and an elephant feeding peacefully only about, 30 meters from them? You just never know what you're going to find. I'm sitting head to tail. Thank you, Donald. Yeah, I'd love to say that it wasn't luck and we knew exactly what we were doing, but utterly blind luck. In fact, we could have been on the main road, excuse me, could have been on the main road looking at this elephant, but I thought, oh no, there's a patch of shade, and let's get off the main road so that there isn't cars coming. If we hadn't have done that, we probably would not have seen these two. But what an absolute treat. And to get them with their heads up. They've probably been disturbed by this elephant. They'll be just keeping an eye on the elephant. You can see they're panting quite heavily. So even though it's not direct sunlight today and there is quite a lot of cloud cover, it is still quite warm and humid. So panting just to help with thermoregulation. Obviously the one at the front seems fairly indifferent about the elephant, but his brother's watching out for him. Because elephants can chase lions around. I've seen it many times before. And so unfortunately we even had a cub killed on Sabi Sabi by an elephant once, a lion cub. So they are not the best of friends, and of course up in the Savuti Channel in Botswana and things there is that famous pride of lions that used to take, well I think still does, take down young elephants sometimes as well. But my money will pretty much always be on the elephant. And I can assure you if that elephant decides it takes exception to these lions and starts walking in this direction, you'll just see a cloud of dust. The elephant seems to be utterly indifferent though, to be honest. He's possibly taken about 2 or 3 steps in their general direction, but I think they are not going to be in too much of a hurry to relinquish the shady spot that they've found under a nice shepherd's tree. Lovely to see things coexisting with one another. But if you have any questions or any comments you would like to share with us, please do so. You can do that through the normal channels, but if you are watching on YouTube, don't forget you can also subscribe and keep up to date on all the latest info from Wild Earth. This wind is getting hectic. I'm kind of hoping the elephant does come and have a bit of a sniff over here. It'd be very, always nice to see an interaction between two different species, but as I say, he seems to be fairly indifferent about the lions at the moment. But elephants are sort of intrinsically curious. I wouldn't be surprised if he does wander over here, if nothing else, just to flex his muscles, because he knows he can. But he's quite happily focusing on something down there, pulling up some sort of forb or some sort of herbaceous plant. He's not eating grass by the look of it. Mali probably wouldn't do anything really. He would just possibly trumpet at them, maybe take a few steps towards them, wave his trunk around, may even chase them if he was feeling particularly antagonistic. But say there is a relatively unspoken truce between everything, particularly during the daytime, because everything knows that lions are far more dangerous at night time. And they'll just sort of get on with it. They'll keep a beady eye on them. Even an antelope would probably be quite happy to sort of feed in this area because it knows the lions are here, and it knows that if the lions, well, it knows the lions aren't going to try and hunt them because the lions know that they're, any cover they had has been broken. You often see that at waterholes in the winter on hot days, especially sort of in very dry areas. We go up to Etosha and those sorts of places in Namibia. The lions will camp out next to the waterhole because, well, there might be a tree there with some shade and there's water. And everything has to come down and drink. And the lions just kind of leave them be, and the animals are wary of them, but just keep an eye on them. And there is this sort of unspoken truce. It's almost as if, you know, during the daytime we'll be a lot safer. As long as we can see them, then it's not a problem. It's the unseen ones which are the problem. And you often find that if lions are walking through the bush, and we see it with leopards often as well, over in the Sabi Sands, you know, the impala or the kudu will spot them, and then the leopard carries on walking. It's probably just doing a territorial patrol or something. And the general game will follow them for 100 meters or so, shouting at them the whole time. And once they're happy that they've left the area that they're in, they'll ditch this plan and go back to where they were and happily start feeding, safe in the knowledge that the animal is now no longer a threat because they have sort of convinced themselves that it's left the area. Of course, nothing to stop the predator looping back and having another go, but generally speaking, that doesn't happen. But yeah, I'm sure this is those two Mahiwa brothers. This is their territory, and he certainly does have a very blonde mane, this one. I'm sure this is the one we had on the airstrip vocalising and calling the other morning. Thank you, James Richards, for confirming my suspicions. This is indeed the two Mahiwas. I think we've seen these, and we've seen two others up in the northwest of Madikwe, but I don't know if they even have names, those ones. But this is very much their territory, in and around Jackie's Lodge and the Eastern Airstrip and this main road that goes up to one of the gates to the park.
So sadly, we did just lose Ben there. We'll be back with him and the lions in a moment. But what we do have is possibly a majority of Etosha's zebra population coming through on us. We have had him throughout the course of the day. It's been rather fantastic to watch though. No complaints watching large numbers really of anything. So it's been fantastic. We've got one zebra, and with the large numbers that have come through, those vultures that were sitting just on the other side of the waterhole all vanished. So from what I can see, literally 2 more vultures left. The rest have flown off. Just waiting to see what is going on there. But a lovely wildebeest bull also just off, kind of behind the battle line of zebra at the moment. So really lots going on with the zebra and kind of forming that bullhorn formation typical of the Zulu military. And they took down the British back in Isandlwana many years ago. However, lots of vocals as well. You can really just hear lots of braying going on. I'm assuming kind of competition between stallions. Really awesome to watch, and it's been so awesome having all these different zebra coming through to us. Also listening to the zebra idols as it goes on and has occurred throughout the course of today. Really, really special. And not something you see every day. So something to just admire and enjoy. With some cool bird audio as well that goes off every now and then when we do get a lapse of zebra vocals. And I just had a mourning dove, and we've had a lot of Cape crows calling too. Hi Thomas, thanks for your question, and I think pretty self-evident that if the water pump was to stop working, one, it would need to be repaired, but B, the water with this amount of zebra, then obviously that level would start to drop. So it would mean that we would see the level of this waterhole then decreasing or lowering. But first and foremost, that pump then would need to be fixed, repaired, and with animals that are coming through and drinking and even evaporation, we would see the water level drop. Looks like some black-faced impala coming through too. It's been really awesome seeing how far the zebra have actually been wading into the water today. So clearly they've traveled quite some distance and are really rather thirsty. It's amazing how what was once almost a wall of zebra is now kind of dropped off like that. I'm sure there will be more that come and join them, kind of the replacements. And one or two of the black-faced impala on the other side of the waterhole, and a springbok ram.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I am shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Our zebra numbers are dropping at the moment, but springbok numbers increasing. It does look like a couple of spurfowl, or not spurfowl, sandgrouse flying about. A couple of insects calling, odd sound of mourning dove too. And it seems that a kind of haze is kind of developing at the moment. Perhaps some cloud cover also starting to develop, which I'm sure would be a very welcome relief to the animals of the area. Some precipitation, or any precipitation, very much welcomed here in this part of the world. So it's been awesome to watch all of these herbivores, and the herbivores probably worst set of circumstances still being watched by Ben across in Madikwe. So we have to go and see what the lions are doing.
Yeah, I think Alex can't deny this is pretty awesome. I love the way they're sitting top to toe, the way they are, and it's just so nice to have them with their heads up. Normally this time of day you'd expect them to be fast asleep, but they're not really paying much attention. In the background about a minute ago, an impala, I don't know if the impala spotted them, because it didn't give off any alarm call, but it went flying across the open area behind them, And the lions didn't even so much as twitch. They must have seen it, they must have seen the movement, but they showed no interest whatsoever. So as I was saying before, they are not in hunting mode. It's sleep time for the lions at the moment, and they are not really interested in expending energy in the heat. The elephant is still here as well. He's pretty much not moved. There's been no recognition between either of them. In fact, the elephant has sort of rather nonchalantly turned his back on where the lions are, as has the blonde Mahiwa as well. So very much a standoff between the two of them, and nobody really cares. Everybody is enjoying the heat of the day. So you can see there's our Eddie. He's not really moved. Still hoping he's going to come and have a little bit of a huff and a puff at them, because say these young males, because this is a young bull elephant, do often like to just flex their muscles for no apparent reason other than the fact that they can. I think they're probably also as offended as this king of the jungle mantra that the lions have as I would be if I was the size and strength of an elephant. But yeah, seems to be completely indifferent to everything. Just goes to show it's not always aggressive tendencies out here. Here's two of the most potentially dangerous animals we have, living in complete harmony with one another. He's wrapping his trunk around those very, very short little, it's almost like, it looks like a creeper of some description that he's taking off the ground. So definitely not grass, but say probably a chemical in there that he feels is necessary for him at the moment. Nancy, I have no idea. Well, I have to assume that the elephant knows the lions are here because it's completely flat and open and he stood 30 meters away from them, but he's not bothered by them. The lions aren't bothered by him. But from a distance,
So sadly, the gremlins playing up on us. And back in Okaukuejo, we will be back with Ben and the lions as soon as we can be. But the waterhole is getting busier again. The zebra really not stopping. The Egyptian geese are out on a swim, and the springbok have also decided to come through and indulge us. So really quite cool. A couple of Cape Crows landing on the other side. Looks like one last vulture left there. And quite dusty zebra over there. So we were talking about them dust bathing and them quite enjoying the practice of dust bathing as well. And there was evidence of the fact that they do that exactly. A little dust cloud coming right off that one zebra's coat there. So let's just sit back and enjoy. Nice to have both them and the springbok with us right now. We've been very busy throughout the course of the day here anyway. So the action hasn't stopped. Hi Starbuck, thanks very much. And it's a very interesting question. How do other animals learn the alarm calls of other animals? And I suppose it's kind of an ingrained kind of teaching or learning. You pick up on the sounds that kind of make everyone flee. Of course, note the other body languages of other animals, herd members, group members that might be with you, troop members even. But, that behavioral difference that'll occur, obviously then being able to associate that sound with the action that then occurs. So then it does become ingrained, and they would then pick up on exactly that. So very often we have, and that's mostly in the low part what I'm talking about right now, things like vervet monkeys or perhaps baboons triggering an alarm. Even certain birds as well also triggering alarms, and there being association with different animal species, and being able to pick up that there is a predator or potential predator encounter that might happen at that time. So it's It is very much ingrained and passed down information. So I'm sure as youngsters grow up and these instances then occur, they pick up on, as I was talking about, the body shake and the language that is obviously then given off of a particular animal, but also then picking up that sound and what that associates itself with. So kind of learning by trial and error and experience, really.
Allà baix de tot hi ha un elefant. Allà baix, a la dreta, al final de tot, estava d'esquena ara. Sota l'arbre aquell final. A veure. Ara està darrere d'aquest arbre que hi ha allà al mig, darrere de tot. No, però ara se m'ha posat... Anava,
So still inundated with springbok and zebra, as has been the case throughout the course of today. Lots of action going on. We've had some lovely bird sightings, some interesting vultures that have also been here. And of course, awesome sightings across with Ben and Igor in Madikwe. Lions, elephants, and their own cheetah, or not cheetah, zebra and giraffe sightings that have gone on. A little bit of birding there too. But very, very cool. But let's link back to Ben and see what's going on down there.
Okay, everybody. Well, as expected, this elephant has finally decided to flex his muscles. He's gone straight over to where the lions are walking, and as expected, the lions have said, no, not really sure we're happy about this, and they are going to vacate the area fairly quickly. The elephant's just having a bit of a sniff, I think. There they go. And we're not going to be able to follow them into there. That's a very thick sicklebush stand, but you can see there's no great urgency from either of them. But certainly... Oh, we trod on a thorn. Oh, shame. Just as well the elephant's not chasing after them. Did you get it? He's got it. All good. Yeah, I think the lions are going to vacate. The elephant, I think, has decided that maybe the lion's shady spot was a nice place to be, because he's just camped out exactly where the lions were lying. But as I was saying before, no lion is going to be stupid enough to stand in the way of an elephant. I maintain there was no aggression. Just the elephant decided to make a beeline for them. The lions saw him coming and they just got up and have disappeared off into the bushes. Obviously decided that this tree was worth a bit of a prune. A little bit of action And the true king of the jungle has once again been restored to his throne. You see the elephants are scoffing at the lions, honestly, really. It'll be interesting to see whether this elephant has other plans or whether he's going to follow the lions just to cause trouble. But he didn't even raise his trunk or spread his ears out. He just casually sort of sauntered over.
So hopefully we'll get back to that bull elephant in a moment too. But once again, the funnel of zebra is really, really peaking, and we have lots and lots of them coming down to join us. How deep they wade into the water now remains to be seen, because we have seen most of them actually getting rather deep. So it's been rather fascinating watching the different behavior. Generally, when we're watching the zebra here, they're just around the water's edges. So clearly after a long walk, confidence has picked up and they are thoroughly enjoying themselves. And another bout of zebra idols also underway. And a rather deep bray from that one. Rather interesting hearing the pitches as well. And that one being rather deep. Margaret, it has been exceptional, really non-stop. We haven't really even had a gap, to be completely honest. They really have not stopped coming through. It's been awesome to watch. How long it remains, who knows, but interesting. Nice behavior to see as well, because there's always interesting dynamics within zebra harems, dazzles, droves, populations, whatever you want to call what we've seen today, because there really has been many, and the collectives really don't stop for it. As I was saying, that bray rather loud, and it does look like one of those Adam storks is there. I did notice the white on its breast and chest. So yeah, very cool. A very busy day today. No complaints. Hi, Kimberly. That's a very interesting question. And zebra hooves are actually rather interesting. They've got a very interesting track, one of the prettiest ones, at least, to ID when you are out walking, or I suppose examining track and sign ID. And to my knowledge, no, that wouldn't be the case. Perhaps more kind of getting caked with mud or anything. Bit of wind blowing through at the moment. Big dust storm that just came through there, frightening everyone off, and you can actually see all that dust. So rather hectic. Look at that wind as it shakes through like that. So perhaps rain on the way. Large wind systems like that generally do bring that. But, of course, it's going to make everything shudder as well. You can see that cloud cover coming in, and it has literally dispersed all the animals that were at the water. And I would think is probably the beginnings of some form of system starting to develop. So rather hectic how all of a sudden that wind really just picked up and came through like that, and really has caused everything to kind of disperse. As I said, I do think that perhaps is a system developing, coming through. Not something we expect to see. Looks like the zebras still coming through, a number of them still coming down, cloud cover building right up, and I'm expecting to see the cloud cover develop. I suppose that is the beauty. Me, the magician, Nadine, still wondering how this is going to develop, but generally a huge gust like that, I think, leading to a system. So kind of this cloud system that is over here right now, this stratus that is around, very much indicative of a front that is starting to build. So everyone getting back in the water now. Big gust being one of, I suppose, the only one really for the moment. So we'll just wait and see. But a big gust like that clearly spooking everyone, dust in the face and eyes. And now back to drinking. So it seems it's died down. I'm going to get a little bit closer once again. To the extent of our closeness. The Egyptian goose chasing off the springbok as well. The zebra have decided that it's not windy enough and not spooky enough to get back in the water and drink. The Egyptian geese also back in the water. The springbok also being harassed or chased by the one goose, figuring out it is also safe to get back towards the water. So very cool to see. And if you've been unable to watch or witness any of the cool things we have seen today, you can of course download our app and watch the highlights and the best bits from each show, obviously including Escape to Nature, Sunrise Safari and the Sunset Safari. So if you'd love to see anything you have missed, go ahead, download that app and watch the highlights and best bits of the shows you have missed. Hi Amanda, I think the large numbers of zebra have been very cool. The wading Gemsbok, awesome sighting of the Warburg's eagle. Lovely to see the different vultures as well. So from my end, those were my highlights. So very interesting things going on. Nice to see and always awesome to check in with wildlife and nature. It looks like two of the Adam storks still over on the other side. Very cool. So really, really cool. And the zebras seem to be coming from all directions at the moment. Some from the north of us, some from the west of us. Kind of, I think, coming out of the tree lines. So that Mopani thicket and tree line. Of course, a number of Ruchilio senegalia that will also be found within there. Those being the names of the acacia. And really lots going on. The blacksmith lapwings also finding their voice again. And the Cape crows really doing the most. A lovely sighting right now of this oryx. Really special. They really are iconic. probably the best looking of the arid or desert antelope, at least in my book. So Ronald, I just need to get your question there again. Ronald, so I think that might depend on who you ask. The biggest antelope in the world is the giant or Lord Derby's eland, found up in kind of central Western Africa. Of course, the common eland being a little bit smaller than that, and of course very big and muscular as well, up to around a ton. The Kempsbok are obviously rather muscular themselves. Wildebeest too, being pretty muscular. Kudu too to some degree. Mountain Inyala, also rather muscular. Bongo too. For me, the sable is the most impressive, but even Roan, bigger than the sable, also rather impressive, and the bulls can inflict quite some damage too. So I think it comes down to personal preference. Really is going off right there. Lots to chat about, clearly. And really is interesting. Just listening to as it all goes down. I suppose breaks down. Very, very interesting. Sure. So, a question I've also been wondering to myself, and Nadine asking me how many zebra I think we've seen today. And she's saying around 2,000, and I honestly have zero idea. I haven't. I'd like to think that probably, around thousands would probably be up there with being correct, but I'd be thumb sucking and definitely speculating on a number right now. But a lot of zebra have been seen, over hundreds. So I would think anywhere between 1,000 and 2,000, probably correct, maybe even over. Very interesting to see. But really hasn't stopped. We have not had a moment where we haven't had zebra in frame. So it's been rather spectacular. Of course, lovely to have all the oryx as well. And on the topic of the oryx or gemsbok, Starbuck wanting to know that if a lion jumped on the rump of a gemsbok, would it tilt its head back and use its horns? So the gemsbok are known to use their horns. I've actually seen footage of them swiping and using their horns to fend off wild dogs going after calves. So definitely possible that a gemsbok would use their horns to try and defend itself against the lion as well. Of course, other predators too. If not, why not? Also witnessed video footage of Sable doing exactly that as well and really spooking that lion off. The lion shooting off in the fright of its life, and of course not enjoying being speared, and not uncommon for antelope to have gored or speared predators that have gone after them. It looks like a little bit of a zebra altercation going on as well, with kicking, biting, and quite a bit of competition going on, perhaps between some stallions. So quite cool to watch. So large numbers of zebra does mean that there's a high chance of tempers flaring. They aren't as chilled as what they look. So although very elegant, they do have quite temperamental relationships between each other. But interesting to note. Definitely gemsbok would try and use those horns if they needed to fend off any predators that may try and take one. Hi Nadia, our pleasure. It's been fantastic. So happy that the zebra came through for you like they have. They've really shown themselves off today. So it's awesome just to sit back here, enjoy the last few minutes of zebra action. Very cool, just taking it all in. Thank you, Olivia, and thank you very much for joining us today. It has been an awesome escape to nature. Very glad that you enjoyed it. And do stick around, because I'm sure there'll be a lot more action throughout the course of today. Of course, the Sunset Safari will kick-start again at 3:30, so do stay tuned. But of course, we will also be coming back to you tomorrow with an escape to nature, 8:30 Central African time. So make sure you do stick around, see if the zebra numbers are still here, or any of the other interesting and fantastic animals that might be in the area. But very, very cool. We've had a lovely day. It really has been awesome. Very busy nice to be in the midst of all these animals. So lots of fun. Still lots of zooming about. That young zebra foal also taking a little canter there. A couple of wildebeest that have joined us, and some springbok coming through for the close too. But sadly, it is that time of the day where we do have to say farewell, cheerio, adios, and auf Wiedersehen. We'll see you guys later for another Escape to Nature tomorrow morning, as I said, 8:30. And do stay tuned for the rest of today's action. It has been rather fantastic, and what we're going to do is end off enjoying this lovely scene that's playing out in front of us.